In the cradle of the ancient world, where two great rivers wend across a broad plain and a single green valley cuts through a desert, people began to build the first enduring societies. Between the Tigris and Euphrates in what later ages called Mesopotamia, and along the life-giving Nile of Egypt, human beings learned not only to survive, but to shape the earth to their needs. Here, more than 5,000 years ago, history itself begins. Long before the walls of Ur or the pyramids of Giza were built, men and women lived in small groups, foraging, hunting, and moving with the seasons. They left behind fragments of stone tools and painted caves with images of animals they pursued. Over thousands of years, they experimented with plants and animals. By trial and error, they discovered that seeds dropped near their camps might sprout the next season, and that some animals could be tamed. This experiment bore fruit most dramatically in the broad arc of land later known as the Fertile Crescent, stretching from the Persian Gulf through Mesopotamia and up into the Levant, then curving down toward Egypt. Here, rainfall, rivers, and a variety of wild grains made it possible to begin the long transformation from wandering to settled life. Around 8,000 BCE, farmers in the uplands of the Middle East began cultivating wheat and barley. Goats and sheep, once elusive prey, were kept in pens. As generations passed, the rhythm of life changed. Villages grew up along riverbanks. Clay pots stored surplus grain. The steady food supply encouraged larger families, and with larger families came new forms of cooperation and new tensions. This was the slow dawning of the Neolithic world. One of the oldest known settlements from this age is Jericho near the Dead Sea. By 8000 BC, it had a stone wall, perhaps for defense, perhaps to mark sacred space. Another was Catalyuk in present-day Turkey, a dense cluster of mud brick houses whose walls touched each other like a honeycomb. People here wove cloth from flax, shaped obsidian blades, and decorated their rooms with painted symbols of bulls and mothers. These were not yet cities, but they were no longer temporary camps. A new kind of life had begun. This shift brought new possibilities, but also new demands. When land is cultivated and houses are built, people must stay put. Surpluses must be stored and protected. Decisions about water, fields, and defense must be made. In this way, the seeds of social organization, and eventually of government, were planted alongside the seeds of grain. The ancient Greeks, looking back on this region, called it Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. Today it is mostly Iraq and parts of Syria, Turkey, and Iran. In late spring, the Tigris and Euphrates overflowed their banks, spreading fertile silt, but also destruction. Early inhabitants learned to dig channels and ditches, turning the unpredictable floods into a system of irrigation. With this control came abundance, and with abundance came growth. By 3000 BCE, the southern plain of Mesopotamia held some of the world's first true cities. In these cities, people built with mud brick, for stone and timber were scarce. Temples rose above the crowded streets, step structures later called ziggurats. Each city honored its own deity, and the temple stood at the center of civic life. Priests directed offerings, rituals, and festivals, but they also managed land, labor, and surplus grain. Kingship took root here too, believed to be divine in origin. The ruler was not a god himself, but the chosen steward of the gods, responsible for protecting the city, commanding its army, and keeping its canals in order. Daily life in these early Mesopotamian cities was a tapestry of tasks and roles. Farmers moved in and out of the city with the seasons, tending wheat and barley in irrigated fields. Artisans shaped pottery, spun textiles, and cast metal. Traders brought timber from distant mountains and copper from across the Gulf. At the bottom of society were slaves, some prisoners of war, some debtors, whose labor helped sustain the whole. Above them stood free commoners and merchants. Above these, priests, officials, and the royal family. It was a stratified world, but also an interconnected one, bound by shared dependence on the rivers and the gods who ruled them. Religion permeated every act. The Mesopotamians believed they had been created to serve the gods, to keep their temples supplied and their festivals performed. The forces of nature, sky, wind, earth, and water, were personified as powerful deities with wills of their own. To glimpse the plans of these gods, priests practiced divination, examining the entrails of sacrificed animals or interpreting unusual events in the sky. Life could be harsh and unpredictable, and people sought meaning in omens, hoping to avert disaster or gain favor. Perhaps the greatest gift Mesopotamia gave to later ages was writing. Around 3000 BCE, scribes began pressing wedge-shaped marks into clay tablets. Over time, these marks formed a flexible script called cuneiform. At first, it was used to keep tallies of grain and livestock, but soon it recorded myths, laws, and contracts. Through writing, voices from long ago speak to us still, telling of kings and merchants, of prayers to the gods, and of one of the world's oldest stories, the Epic of Gilgamesh. As cuneiform developed, scribes began to copy long poems and prayers. The most famous of these is the Epic of Gilgamesh, which recounts the adventures of a legendary king of Uruk and his companion Enkidu. Together they defeat monsters and defy the gods, but when Enkidu dies, Gilgamesh is left grieving and afraid of his own mortality. He travels in search of the secret of eternal life and learns in the end that immortality belongs only to the gods and that a human's true legacy is the city and people he leaves behind. This story, written on clay thousands of years ago, is one of the first windows into the human heart. It speaks of friendship, loss, and the desire to find meaning in a fleeting world. While the Sumerian cities thrived, new peoples appeared on the horizon. To the north lived the Akkadians, a Semitic-speaking group who mingled with the Sumerians but kept their own identity. Around 2340 BCE, their leader Sargon rose to power. He gathered an army and moved south, conquering city after city until all of Mesopotamia lay under his rule. This was the Akkadian Empire, the first of its kind. Sargon established a new capital at Akkad, placed trusted officials in charge of conquered territories, and built a network of roads and couriers to hold his realm together. His reign set a pattern for later empires. The Akkadian Empire did not last forever. Within 2 centuries, it was weakened by internal strife and attacks from mountain tribes. Sumerian culture reasserted itself, only to be absorbed again by another rising power, Babylon under the Amorite king Hammurabi. Hammurabi extended his control across Mesopotamia and is remembered not only for his conquests, but for his code of laws. Carved on a great stone stele, the Code of Hammurabi set out nearly 300 rules governing trade, property, marriage, and crime. Punishments varied by social class, reflecting the hierarchy of Babylonian society, but the principle was clear. The law should be known and public, not hidden. The image at the top of the stele shows Hammurabi receiving the laws from the sun god Shamash, linking justice with divine order. Life in Babylon was ordered around temples, palaces, and markets. Farmers worked the fields of barley and date palms. Merchants traded textiles, metal goods, and grain for copper, tin, and timber from far away. Craftsmen carved cylinder seals, cast bronze tools, and built houses of sun-dried brick. Women managed households, brewed beer, and wove cloth. Some were priestesses or ran businesses of their own. Slaves performed heavy labor, but could sometimes earn freedom. This complex society, supported by irrigation and trade, was an engine of innovation and exchange. Religion in Mesopotamia remained polytheistic. Each city had its patron god or goddess, but certain deities were revered everywhere. Anu, the sky god; Enlil of the wind; Enki of the waters; Inanna, or Ishtar, of love and war. People believed the gods had created humans to do their work, maintaining temples and canals. Festivals marked the turning of the seasons. Rituals sought protection from disease and misfortune. Divination continued to guide decisions large and small, from royal campaigns to the building of houses. In a land where rivers could both give life and destroy it, the supernatural was woven into every day. By the first millennium BCE, new empires rose on Mesopotamian soil. The Assyrians, based in the north around Nineveh and Ashur, built a military state unparalleled in its discipline. Using iron weapons, cavalry, and siege engines, they expanded their dominion across the Near East, reaching from Egypt to the Persian Gulf. Their kings styled themselves as representatives of the god Ashur and recorded their victories in detailed annals. The Assyrian army was feared not only for its skill, but for its ruthlessness. Captives were deported to distant provinces, cities were razed, and rebels were punished with severity. Yet Assyria was also a center of learning and art. Reliefs carved in stone show scenes of battles, hunts, and rituals with striking realism. The royal library of Ashurbanipal and Nineveh collected thousands of clay tablets, preserving Sumerian and Babylonian texts for posterity. When Assyria fell in 612 BCE to a coalition of Babylonians and Medes, the center of power shifted south again to Babylon. Under King Nebuchadnezzar II, the city reached new splendor. Massive walls enclosed its temples and palaces. The ziggurat of Marduk, perhaps the inspiration for the biblical Tower of Babel, dominated the skyline. According to later tradition, the famous Hanging Gardens may have adorned the royal palace, though their existence remains debated. In this period, the Jews exiled from Judah lived in Babylon, developing the texts and traditions that would shape their faith for millennia. Beyond Mesopotamia, on the western edge of the Fertile Crescent, lay Egypt. Here, too, a great river shaped human destiny. Unlike the Tigris and Euphrates, the Nile flooded with predictable regularity. Each year, it rose and deposited dark silt on the fields, creating a narrow band of fertile land in the midst of desert. The Egyptians called this the Black Land, in contrast to the red land of the surrounding sands. Because the floods were gentle and reliable, fewer officials were needed to manage them, and villages could thrive with less central control. Egypt's natural boundaries, deserts to east and west, cataracts to the south, the Mediterranean to the north, protected it from invasion and gave it a stability rare in the ancient world. By around 3100 BCE, Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under a single king, traditionally named Narmer or Menes. This was the beginning of Egypt's dynastic history. Over the next centuries, pharaohs ruled as divine monarchs, embodying the principle of Ma'at cosmic order, truth, and justice. They built monumental tombs and temples, organized labor for irrigation and construction, and presided over a society whose rhythms were tied to the Nile cycle. The Old Kingdom, beginning around 2700 BCE, was Egypt's first great age. With its capital at Memphis, it saw the construction of the pyramids, vast stone structures that still rise from the Giza Plateau. These were not mere tombs, but symbols of the pharaoh's eternal role in the cosmos. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, built near the start of this period, covered more than 13 acres at its base, and originally rose to a height of 146 meters. Thousands of skilled workers, not slaves as once thought, quarried limestone blocks, hauled them on sledges, and set them in place with remarkable precision. Around the pyramids spread cemeteries of officials and workers, their mastaba tombs echoing the royal form on a smaller scale. Inside the pyramids, the burial chambers were filled with goods for the afterlife, furniture, food, games, weapons, and the body of the king was preserved through mummification. Priests removed the internal organs, dried the corpse with natron, wrapped it in linen, and placed it in a series of coffins. A funerary mask, often of gold, covered the face. This care ensured that the Ka, the life force of the deceased, would survive and enjoy the offerings brought to the tomb. The Egyptian bureaucracy that supported pyramid building was elaborate. Beneath the pharaoh stood the vizier, the chief administrator who supervised tax collection, justice, irrigation, and construction. The land was divided into provinces, later called nomes by the Greeks, each overseen by a governor responsible for raising revenue and labor. Over time, some of these governors grew powerful and independent, and their rivalry helped bring the Old Kingdom to an end. After about 2150 BC, Egypt entered a period of decentralization and instability known as the First Intermediate Period. Yet Egyptian civilization endured. Around 2055 BCE, a new dynasty restored central authority and inaugurated what historians call the Middle Kingdom. The kings of this era portrayed themselves not as distant gods, but as shepherds of their people, responsible for their welfare. The state expanded irrigation projects, encouraged trade with Nubia to the south and the Levant to the northeast, and built fortresses to guard its borders. Art and literature flourished, expressing a more personal and introspective view of life and death than in earlier times. Below the elite, the great mass of Egyptians were farmers tied to the land. They sowed barley, wheat, flax, and vegetables in the rich black soil left by the Nile flood, using simple wooden plows and sickles. They raised cattle, sheep, goats, and geese. In the inundation season, when fields lay underwater, they were drafted for state projects, digging canals, quarrying stone, hauling blocks for temples and tombs. Craftsmen in towns carved statues, painted tombs, and made jewelry of gold and faience. Merchants carried goods by boat along the Nile or by caravan across desert tracts. Religion permeated every level of society. The sun, rising each day over the eastern horizon and sinking each evening beyond the western desert, symbolized the cycle of life and death. Ra, the sun god, became the chief deity, though many others were worshipped. Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, Isis, his wife and protectress, Horus, their son and avenger. Myths told of Osiris slain by his brother Seth and restored by Isis, providing a model, a resurrection for the dead. Every person, not just the king, hoped to achieve an afterlife by living according to Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order and justice. Writing in Egypt developed somewhat later than in Mesopotamia, but took on a distinctive form. Hieroglyphs, sacred carvings as the Greeks called them, combined pictorial symbols and phonetic signs. At first they were inscribed on stone monuments, but soon a cursive script was written on papyrus, a paper made from reeds growing in the Nile marshes. Scribes trained for years to master the hundreds of signs, and their work kept the machinery of state running, recording taxes, laws, temple inventories, and stories of the gods. Egypt's relative isolation and prosperity could not last forever. Around 1650 BCE, the country was invaded from the northeast by a people the Egyptians called the Hyksos. Using horse-drawn chariots and bronze weapons, they seized the delta and ruled as foreign kings. Yet their presence also brought new technology and ideas. Eventually, Egyptian princes from Thebes adopted the same weapons, rallied support, and expelled the Hyksos around 1550 BCE, beginning the New Kingdom. The New Kingdom was Egypt's third great age, marked by military expansion and imperial wealth. Pharaohs such as Thutmose III led campaigns into Syria and Nubia, extending Egypt's influence farther than ever before. Trade flowed in from the eastern Mediterranean, Africa, and even the Aegean. Palaces and temples grew more elaborate. One remarkable ruler of this time was Hatshepsut, a woman who assumed the full powers and titles of a pharaoh. She built splendid temples and sent expeditions to the land of Punt, bringing back incense, ebony, and exotic animals. In her statues she is depicted wearing the royal beard, a sign of authority. Later in the dynasty, another pharaoh, Amenhotep IV, attempted a religious revolution. He changed his name to Akhenaten, dedicated himself to the worship of a single deity, the Aten, the sun disk, and closed the temples of other gods. He built a new capital at Amarna, filled with open-air temples and distinctive art. But after his death, the old gods returned. His young successor Tutankhaten, better known as Tutankhamun, restored the traditional cults and moved the court back to Thebes. Tutankhamun died young, and his tomb, hidden and mostly intact, would one day reveal the splendor of new kingdom burial customs. Under Ramesses II, called the Great, Egypt fought the Hittites to a standstill at Kadesh and built colossal monuments from Abu Simbel in Nubia to the temples of Thebes. Yet after his reign, the empire's power slowly ebbed. Invasions by the mysterious Sea Peoples, around 1200 BCE, disrupted the entire eastern Mediterranean, and Egypt entered a period of decline. By the first millennium BCE, it was divided among Libyan, Nubian, Assyrian, Persian, and eventually Greek and Roman rulers, though its culture continued to exert a deep influence on neighbors and successors. Daily life for most Egyptians remained rooted in tradition through all these changes. Families were patriarchal, but women had legal rights to own property, inherit, and initiate divorce. Marriages were usually monogamous, though wealthy men could take additional wives. Children were cherished, and education for boys emphasized reading, writing, and arithmetic for those destined for the bureaucracy. Religious festivals, music, dance, and beer provided relief from hard work. Even in times of foreign rule, Egyptians maintained their language. Customs and devotion to the Nile, Nubia to the south, developed alongside Egypt, sharing and adapting its culture. By the 8th century BCE, the kingdom of Kush had grown powerful enough to conquer Egypt and establish the 25th dynasty, ruling for nearly 100 years before being driven back by the Assyrians. At their new capital of Meru, the Kushites built their own pyramids, more numerous than those of Egypt, and controlled trade routes into Central Africa. This interplay of cultures along the Nile shows how ideas, goods, and people moved across ancient borders. By the end of the Bronze Age, the world of the Fertile Crescent and the Nile Valley had laid foundations that would endure. Cities, writing, law codes, monumental architecture, organized religion, and long-distance trade all took shape here. The peoples of Mesopotamia and Egypt created patterns of government, art, and belief that later civilizations would inherit and transform. Their stories, inscribed on clay tablets and painted on tomb walls, still speak across millennia of the hopes and fears, the labor and imagination of the first great societies. By the last centuries of the New Kingdom, Egypt was no longer the dominant power it had been. Successive dynasties struggled with internal dissent and external threats. High priests of Amun at Thebes held great power, while pharaohs based at Tanis ruled only parts of the country. Libyan chieftains settled in the delta and eventually became kings themselves. In the south, Nubian rulers extended their influence northward until they too claimed the throne of Egypt. Each wave of newcomers adopted much of Egyptian culture, even as they reshaped its politics. This cycle of fragmentation and renewal is a reminder that even the most enduring civilizations are living organisms, constantly changing with the currents of history. In Mesopotamia, similar patterns unfolded. After the Neo-Babylonian Empire of Nebuchadnezzar II reached its height in the 6th century BCE, it fell to the Persians under Cyrus the Great. The Persian Empire incorporated both Mesopotamia and Egypt, linking them with roads and administrative systems that stretched from the Aegean to the Indus. Greek historians like Herodotus visited Egypt and Mesopotamia and wrote about their wonders. Ideas, technologies, and stories crossed borders as easily as merchants and armies. The civilizations of the rivers had become part of a wider interconnected world. Looking back across millennia, the achievements of these two regions are astonishing. In Mesopotamia, people devised the earliest known system of writing, codified laws, and developed complex mathematics and astronomy. They built cities with temples and palaces, traded across deserts and seas, and composed epics that explored friendship, loss, and the search for meaning. In Egypt, a unique synthesis of environment and belief produced a civilization that lasted for more than 3,000 years. Its art, architecture, and religious concepts influenced neighboring peoples, and through the Greeks and Romans, the modern world. Daily life in both regions shared common threads. Most people were farmers tied to the rhythms of rivers and seasons. They built homes from mud brick, baked bread from barley or wheat, brewed beer, and cared for livestock. They marked life's stages with rituals: birth, coming of age, marriage, death, and sought protection from unseen forces through prayer, amulets, and sacrifice. Even amid monumental temples and imperial armies, the lives of ordinary men, women, and children formed the foundation on which these civilizations rested. At the same time, there were striking differences. Mesopotamia's unpredictable floods and open frontiers fostered a patchwork of competing city-states and empires, each rising and falling in turn. Egypt's predictable Nile and natural defenses encouraged a more centralized and stable kingdom under a divine pharaoh. These environmental and social contrasts shaped their political cultures, their religious outlooks, and their art. Yet together, they created templates that later societies would adapt: organized government, legal systems, monumental building, written records, long-distance trade, formal education, and complex religious worldviews. Their legacies can be seen in the myths and symbols that echo through later civilizations, the flood stories found in many traditions, the winged sun disk adopted by empires from Assyria to Persia, the obelisks and pyramids that inspired architects thousands of years later. Standing today among the ruins of Ur or walking beneath the towering columns at Karnak, one can sense not only the grandeur of these ancient worlds, but also their humanity. The clay tablets with a child's handwriting, the humble graves of workers near the pyramids, the graffiti left by visitors at temples, all speak of people who loved, feared, worked, and dreamed as we do. Their ingenuity and resilience laid the groundwork for human history. As our journey through the ancient world continues, we leave the valleys of the Tigris, Euphrates, and Nile, and turn eastward to another great cradle of civilization. Beyond deserts and mountains lies the Indian subcontinent, where fertile plains and mighty rivers nurtured their own traditions, beliefs, and social orders. Just as Mesopotamia and Egypt shaped the ancient Near East, the cultures of the Indus and the Ganges would shape South Asia and contribute to the wider story of humanity. The daily rhythm of life in Mesopotamia revolved around the rivers. Farmers woke early to tend their fields, guiding oxen that pulled simple plows through the irrigated soil. Water from the canals had to be carefully managed. Too much could drown the crop, too little could wither it. In the heat of summer, laborers dug channels and cleared silt, working together to keep the lifeblood of the land flowing. The harvest was a time of both relief and anxiety, for a poor yield could mean famine. Yet when the harvest was good, markets swelled with barley, dates, onions, and sesame oil. Traders shouted their wares, animals brayed, and the smell of bread and beer drifted through the air. Within Mesopotamian cities, streets wound in irregular patterns, crowded with houses of sun-dried brick. Roofs were flat and often used as workspaces or sleeping areas on hot nights. Families gathered around hearths to share meals. Fathers taught their sons trades, while mothers taught their daughters weaving, food preparation, and household management. Children played with clay toys, spun tops, and carved little figures. Life was hard but not joyless. Festivals, music, and storytelling brought moments of color and delight. Harps, lyres, and drums accompanied songs in temples and taverns alike. Writing, at first the tool of administrators, soon became a means of preserving culture. Schools trained scribes in the painstaking art of cuneiform. Students practiced on tablets of clay, scratching out lists of words, phrases, and proverbs until their hands ached. The most talented might go on to copy myths, hymns, and historical records. Through their work, knowledge passed from one generation to the next. Mesopotamian scholars developed mathematics based on the number 60, which still echoes today in our 60 minutes to an hour and 360 degrees in a circle. They charted the movements of stars and planets, creating early forms of astronomy that guided both farming and divination. Art in Mesopotamia blended function with symbolism. Cylinder seals, small carved stones rolled over clay, left intricate impressions that served as signatures and works of beauty. Statuettes of worshippers, with wide eyes and clasped hands, stood in temples as perpetual offerings. Reliefs on palace walls depicted kings hunting lions or leading armies, celebrating both human prowess and divine favor. The ziggurat towers that rose above the plains were not only religious centers, but also visual reminders of humanity's attempt to bridge earth and heaven. In Egypt, life revolved even more closely around a single river. The Nile's annual flood created a dependable cycle, planting in October, growing through the cool months, harvesting in March and April, then waiting for the waters to rise again in summer. Villages dotted the narrow strip of fertile land along the river, surrounded by vast deserts. Houses were built from mud brick, with reed mats on the floors and small courtyards for animals. Meals were simple: bread, beer, onions, fish, though the wealthy enjoyed beef, poultry, fruit, and wine. Clothing was light linen, suited to the hot climate, and both men and women adorned themselves with jewelry of faience, gold, and semi-precious stones. Children were cherished in Egyptian families. Boys might learn their father's craft, while girls learned weaving and household management. Some children of the elite attended schools where they copied texts onto shards of pottery or papyrus, memorizing wisdom literature that emphasized obedience, humility, and respect. Games and play were common too. Children played with balls, dolls, and board games such as Senet, which symbolized the journey of the soul through the afterlife. Religion shaped every aspect of Egyptian life. Temples were not just houses of gods, but centers of economy and culture. Priests performed daily rituals, bathing and dressing the sacred statues, offering food and incense, and reciting hymns. Festivals filled the streets with processions, music, and feasting, reinforcing bonds between people and their gods. Death was not feared as annihilation, but approached with careful preparation. Ordinary people hoped for a modest burial with a few possessions, while the wealthy commissioned tombs filled with elaborate goods, confident that life would continue beyond the grave if they lived according to might. Egyptian art and architecture reflected both grandeur and stability. The colossal statues of pharaohs seated on thrones, gazing serenely into eternity, projected timeless authority. Wall paintings and tombs showed scenes of farming, fishing, and banquets, presenting an idealized vision of life to accompany the deceased into the next world. Hieroglyphs covered walls and stelae, combining image and sound into a rich visual script. Advances in stone carving allowed obelisks and temples to endure for millennia, bearing silent witness to the devotion and skill of their makers. Science and medicine in Egypt were practical and advanced. Papyrus texts record diagnoses and treatments for various ailments, instructions for setting broken bones, and recipes for herbal remedies. Astronomers observed the stars and tracked the heliacal rising of Sirius, which coincided with the Nile flood. Their calendar of 12 months and 3 seasons guided both agriculture and ritual. Mathematics supported surveying of land after floods and construction of temples and pyramids with astonishing precision. Trade connected both Mesopotamia and Egypt to distant lands. From Mesopotamia came textiles and metal goods exchanged for timber from Lebanon, tin from Anatolia, and lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. Egyptian merchants sailed the Nile and ventured across the Red Sea to Punt, bringing incense, ebony, ivory, and exotic animals. Caravans crossed deserts carrying copper, gold, and luxury goods. These exchanges spread not only products, but also ideas, technologies, artistic styles, and religious concepts that enriched both regions. Despite their differences, both civilizations shared a recognition of human fragility before nature and the divine. Floods, droughts, invasions, and disease could sweep away years of labor. To make sense of such vulnerability, people turned to ritual, law, and story. The myths of Mesopotamia spoke of a great flood sent by the gods, while Egyptian texts promised resurrection and eternal life under the care of Osiris. In both, one hears the echo of human questions that remain with us. Why do we suffer? What happens when we die? How can we find meaning in a world of uncertainty? As centuries passed, both Mesopotamia and Egypt faced new challenges from rising powers around them. Empires came and went, but the achievements of these river valleys remained. Their inventions in writing, architecture, law, and religion spread far beyond their borders, influencing neighboring cultures and shaping the foundations of later civilizations. Even as they declined politically, their cultural legacy endured, carried forward by Greeks, Persians, and Romans, and preserved in the stories and monuments that still capture our imagination. Even in their final centuries, Mesopotamia and Egypt continued to evolve. In Mesopotamia, the great Persian kings kept the canals, temples, and scribal schools functioning. They adopted many local gods and customs, blending them into their vast empire. Greek merchants and soldiers, who later entered the region under Alexander the Great, found a land already ancient, with libraries full of texts they could barely decipher. They marveled at ziggurats crumbling under the sun, at cities built and rebuilt on layers of their own ruins. In Babylon, Alexander planned new temples and gardens, hoping to revive the old city as a capital for his empire, but his death left the project unfinished. Mesopotamia became a province of successive empires, yet its ideas on astronomy, mathematics, and law lived on. Egypt, too, passed into the hands of foreign rulers. After Persian occupation, it was taken by Alexander, who founded the city of Alexandria on the Mediterranean coast. Under the Ptolemaic dynasty, descendants of one of Alexander's generals, Greek and Egyptian traditions mingled. Temples to ancient gods still rose along the Nile, even as Greek philosophy and science flourished in Alexandria's famous library. The Rosetta Stone, inscribed in hieroglyphs, Demotic and Greek, is a product of this fusion, and would one day unlock the long-silent script of the pharaohs. Roman conquest in the 1st century BCE finally drew both regions into a single Mediterranean world. The Nile still flooded, farmers still sowed and reaped, priests still tended ancient shrines, but Egypt now served as Rome's grain basket. Mesopotamia lay on the empire's eastern frontier, a contested land between Rome and Persia. By then, the old ziggurats were eroding, the cuneiform script fading from memory. Yet even as their political independence ended, the civilizations of the rivers continued to shape the imagination of conquerors, scholars, and pilgrims. The long view reveals not a single rise and fall, but a series of transformations. Communities of farmers became city-states. City-states became empires. Empires collapsed and were replaced. Through it all, people adapted, preserved, and reworked the legacy of their ancestors. Techniques of irrigation, systems of writing, pantheons of gods, and codes of law migrated from one culture to another. Even when the names of kings were forgotten, their inventions and stories endured. Walking today among the ruins of yore or across the stones of Luxor, one senses both the distance and the closeness of these worlds. Mud brick walls reduced to mounds still trace the outlines of streets where merchants bargained and children played. Hieroglyphs carved 4,000 years ago still show birds, eyes, and flowing water. Clay tablets, once routine records of grain deliveries, now sit in museum cases, the earliest archives of human society. These remains are silent, but they speak to those who look carefully, of lives ordered by the cycles of rivers and seasons, of hopes for prosperity and protection, of questions about death and the divine. The legacy of Mesopotamia and Egypt reaches far beyond archaeology. Concepts of kingship, law, writing, monumental architecture, and organized religion that began along the Tigris, Euphrates, and Nile influenced the Hebrews, the Persians, the Greeks, and through them the modern world. Flood myths, sacred mountains, and divine kingship echo in later traditions. Even the very idea of history as a record of human deeds owes something to the scribes who first pressed marks into clay or inked hieroglyphs onto papyrus. Our journey through these two cradles of civilization shows how environment and human ingenuity together shape culture. In Mesopotamia, unpredictable rivers and open plains produced a landscape of competing powers, innovation born of necessity, and a view of the gods as capricious. In Egypt, a predictable river and protected valley fostered stability, continuity, and a vision of cosmic order. Both paths led to extraordinary achievements. Both remind us that the conditions of life, geography, climate, resources, deeply influence the societies we build, yet do not determine them entirely. Human beings imagine, organize, and create within constraints, leaving behind legacies that outlast their political forms. As this first stage of our long exploration ends, we pause at the edge of the desert and look eastward. Beyond mountains and seas lies another land of great rivers and fertile plains, where different peoples develop their own complex societies. The Indus and the Ganges, like the Tigris, Euphrates, and Nile, gave rise to cities, beliefs, and traditions that would shape the course of history. In the next part of our journey, we will cross into the Indian subcontinent to discover how its ancient cultures contributed to the story of humanity. Among the texts copied by Mesopotamian scribes were not only administrative records and heroic epics, but also collections of proverbs, fables, and school exercises. These reveal the values taught to the young: respect for elders, diligence in work, fairness in trade, reverence for the gods. A fragmentary tablet might say, "He who neglects the word of his teacher will not eat bread." Another counsels moderation and honesty. Such wisdom literature forms a bridge between the world of myth and the everyday choices of ordinary people. The myths themselves were not abstract stories, but explanations of the cosmos woven into ritual. Each spring, in the city of Babylon, priests performed the New Year festival, in which the creation epic, the Enuma Elish, was recited. It told how the god Marduk defeated the chaos monster Tiamat and formed the world from her body. The king was ritually humbled and then reinstated, reaffirming the cosmic order for another year. In Uruk, the Epic of Gilgamesh might be performed as part of seasonal ceremonies, linking the heroic past with the present community. Technology underpinned these spiritual and social systems. Mesopotamians developed the potter's wheel, the arch, and the sailboat. They cast bronze tools and weapons. They devised contracts and credit systems that allowed merchants to operate across long distances. Lists of goods on clay tablets record caravans bearing textiles, silver, copper, and tin between cities hundreds of kilometers apart. These were not isolated city-states, but nodes in a network of exchange stretching from the Persian Gulf to Anatolia and beyond. In Egypt, wisdom texts also guided young officials. The Instruction of Tahotep, composed around 2400 BCE, offers maxims on humility, self-control, and kindness. Do not be proud because of your knowledge, it advises. Consult with the ignorant as with the learned. Other writings reflect personal piety, prayers for forgiveness, and hopes for a good life after death. These show a society concerned not only with maintaining cosmic order, but also with personal integrity and responsibility. Egyptian mythology, too, was enacted in festivals and temple rituals. The annual procession of the god Amin from Karnak to Luxor drew crowds who celebrated with music and offerings. Myths of Osiris and Isis shaped funerary practices, promising resurrection to those who lived justly and performed the proper rites. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells placed in tombs, guided the deceased through the trials of the underworld to the Hall of Judgment, where the heart was weighed against the feather of Maat. Crafts and technologies supported this spiritual life. Artisans in Egypt mastered stone carving, metalworking, and glassmaking. They built boats for transport on the Nile and seagoing vessels for trade. Workshops attached to temples produced fine linen, incense, and ritual objects. Even the humble potter or carpenter contributed to the smooth running of the state and the satisfaction of the gods. In this way, religion, economy, and daily life were intertwined. Family life in both Mesopotamia and Egypt was structured, but not without warmth. Marriage contracts set out the obligations of husband and wife. Inheritance rules protected children's rights, and laws provided for widows and orphans. While men dominated public life, women could own property, run businesses, and act as witnesses in court. Letters on clay tablets show mothers sending advice to sons, wives petitioning officials on behalf of husbands, and siblings quarreling over inheritances. Human voices speaking across thousands of years. Education produced not only scribes, but also administrators, surveyors, physicians, and astronomers. Mesopotamian scholars recorded eclipses and planetary movements with astonishing precision. Egyptian priests measured the stars to align temples and devised a calendar that still underlies ours today. These sciences were not pursued in isolation, but as part of a quest to understand and harmonize with the divine order of the universe. Diplomacy connected the great powers of the Late Bronze Age. Clay tablets from Amarna in Egypt preserve correspondence between pharaohs and kings of Babylonia, Assyria, Mitanni, and the Hittites. They exchanged gifts of gold, lapis, fine linen, and horses, arranged royal marriages, and addressed one another as brother. Such letters show that, far from being closed worlds, these ancient states were part of an international system of politics, trade, and culture. The arts of memory ensured that rulers and achievements would not vanish. In Mesopotamia, kings placed foundation cylinders in the walls of temples, inscribed with their deeds. In Egypt, pharaohs covered temple pylons with scenes of victory and piety. Yet even these were not immune to time. Successors sometimes erased a predecessor's name to claim his works. Others restored old monuments to legitimize their own reigns. The interplay of building, erasure, and restoration reflects both continuity and change in these long-lived civilizations. Through all these details, a portrait emerges of two societies at once practical and spiritual, innovative and conservative. They invented tools to measure land and time, but used them to serve ritual as much as utility. They built bureaucracies to collect taxes, but framed them as stewardship of divine order. They composed myths of gods and heroes, but filled them with human concerns: friendship, justice, mortality, hope. As the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, and then to classical antiquity, the achievements of Mesopotamia and Egypt formed part of the common heritage of the Near East. Later cultures translated their texts, adopted their gods, borrowed their building styles and legal concepts. Even when their languages fell silent, their influence endured in new forms. Standing back from the details, one begins to see patterns that stretch across centuries. Along the Tigris and Euphrates and the Nile, human communities learned to read the seasons, channel water, and cultivate the earth. They built temples and palaces, but also houses, workshops, and schools. They devised ways to record words and numbers, to measure land and time, to organize labor and ritual. They celebrated victories and mourned losses, raised children and buried their dead. From these ordinary acts, a new kind of society emerged, one that could preserve memory, transmit knowledge, and plan for the future on a scale unknown before. These civilizations were not static monuments, but living experiments. They tried new forms of rule, city assemblies, kingship, empire, and adjusted when those forms failed. They composed laws to make justice predictable, though not always equal. They envisioned the cosmos as a place of powers greater than themselves, yet sought to influence those powers through prayer and offering. They accepted the fragility of life, but still imagined eternity. In doing so, they gave later ages a set of tools, stories, and models for thinking about what it means to be human in community. Their legacy is not only in the visible ruins, the ziggurats and pyramids rising from sand and soil, but in intangible habits of thought. The idea that law can be written and public, that rulers have duties as well as powers, that time can be measured and history recorded that human life has dignity even amid hardship, all have roots in the experiments of these river valleys. Even our words for the stars and the months echo theirs. Even our myths of floods and gardens recall theirs. To walk today along the dry bed of a Mesopotamian canal or in the cool shadow of an Egyptian temple is to feel both distance and kinship. The distance is in the language, the gods, the technologies. The kinship is in the questions they asked and the solutions they tried. Their world is not ours, but our world grew out of theirs. As we leave the twin cradles of Mesopotamia and Egypt, we turn our gaze eastward toward another great basin of rivers, fields, and cities. Beyond the mountains and deserts lies the Indian subcontinent, where the Indus and the Ganges nurtured societies with their own patterns of life and belief. In the next stage of our journey, we will follow those rivers, meet those peoples, and explore how their ancient cultures added their voices to the unfolding story of humanity. In the far reaches of the Eastern world, beyond the Iranian plateau and the mountains of the Hindu Kush, lies a vast subcontinent shaped by two great river systems. To the northwest, the Indus flows through plains that once carried the waters of many tributaries to the Arabian Sea. To the north and east, the Ganges rises in the Himalayas and sweeps across fertile lowlands toward the Bay of Bengal. Between and around these rivers stretch deserts, forests, highlands, and coasts, forming one of the most diverse environments on Earth. In this varied landscape, ancient peoples built settlements, tended fields, traded goods, and developed beliefs that would echo for millennia. The earliest large-scale civilization of the region emerged along the Indus and its tributaries between about 2600 and 1900 BCE. Known today as the Indus Valley Civilization or Harappan culture, it covered an area larger than Mesopotamia and Egypt combined. At its heart stood well-planned cities such as Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Streets ran in straight lines laid out on a grid. Houses of baked brick had multiple rooms, internal courtyards, and sometimes upper stories. Sophisticated drainage channels carried wastewater away, hinting at a concern for hygiene and civic order. Standardized weights and measures, uniform brick sizes, and seals with distinctive symbols suggest a high degree of coordination across a wide territory. Daily life in these cities blended craft, trade, and household routines. Artisans shaped beads from carnelian and lapis, cast bronze tools and figurines, and produced fine pottery decorated with geometric designs. Merchants used seals engraved with animals and script to mark bales of goods. Farmers in the surrounding countryside grew wheat, barley, and peas, and tended cattle, buffalo, and sheep. Granaries stored surplus grain. Docks at coastal sites hint at seaborne trade with Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf. The Harappans left no deciphered written records, but their material remains speak of an organized, prosperous society. Religion in the Indus Valley is still a subject of debate. Small terracotta figurines of mother goddesses, stone symbols resembling the later Hindu linga, and animal motifs on seals suggest a complex set of beliefs tied to fertility, water, and animals. Great bathing platforms such as the Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro may have been used for ritual cleansing. Whatever the details, it is clear that ritual life was integrated into urban planning and daily routines, linking the sacred and the civic. Around 1900 BCE, the Indus cities began to decline. Some sites were abandoned, others shrank to smaller towns. Scholars debate the causes: shifts in river courses, climate change, overuse of resources, or disruptions in trade. But the urban culture gradually gave way to more rural forms of life. Yet the people and their practices did not vanish. Elements of Harappan material culture, and perhaps of its beliefs, persisted and blended with new traditions arriving from the northwest. By about 1500 BCE, groups speaking Indo-Aryan languages had entered the subcontinent, bringing with them their own social structures, rituals, and oral poetry. They composed hymns in Sanskrit that were later collected as the Vedas, the oldest texts of the Indian tradition. These hymns praised deities such as Indra, the thunder-wielding warrior, Ugni, the fire, Varuna, the guardian of cosmic order, and Ushas, the dawn. They also described sacrifices performed by priests to maintain Riddha, the cosmic harmony. The Vedic world was not urban, but pastoral and tribal, with chieftains leading clans and assemblies of warriors. Over time, these communities spread eastward into the Ganges plain. They cleared forests, founded new settlements, and developed more complex political structures. Iron tools allowed deeper plowing of the rich alluvial soil. Kingdoms arose, each ruled by a raja supported by nobles and priests. The social order became more stratified. The Varna system described in later texts divided society into four broad groups: priests, warriors, commoners, and servants, laying the groundwork for the caste system that would shape Indian life for centuries. Yet even in this early period, one finds not only hierarchy, but also reflection. The later Vedic texts, known as the Upanishads, turn from ritual to philosophy, asking about the nature of the self, the universe, and ultimate reality. They speak of Atman, the inner self, and Brahman, the cosmic principle, and suggest that the two are ultimately one. This insight, expressed in many ways, would become central to Hindu thought and influence later religions as well. As the Vedic communities expanded, life on the Ganges plain became more settled. Villages lined the riverbanks, their fields divided into neat plots of rice, barley, and millet. The sound of axes echoed in the forests as trees were cleared to make way for agriculture. Cattle were still a measure of wealth and a source of ritual sacrifice, but plows drawn by oxen began to replace hand-tilling. Small towns emerged at crossroads of trade, where potters, weavers, and metalworkers set up workshops and merchants exchanged goods from distant regions. Religion during this period combined continuity with change. The sacrificial fire remained central, tended by priests who memorized and recited long chants in precise order. Offerings of ghee, grain, and animals were cast into the flames to nourish the gods. Yet the focus began to shift from winning favor through outward ritual to seeking understanding through inward reflection. The later Vedic texts speak less of heroic battles of the gods and more of the unseen essence behind them, hinting at a growing philosophical tradition. This intellectual turn produced the Upanishads, prose meditations composed between about 800 and 500 BCE. They explore questions of birth and death, knowledge and ignorance, bondage and liberation. They teach that beneath the transient world lies Brahman, the unchanging reality, and that within each person is Atman, the self that is not born and does not die. To know this identity is to attain moksha, freedom from the cycle of rebirth. These ideas, expressed in poetic and paradoxical language, laid the foundations for Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain thought. As population increased and iron tools spread, larger political units arose. By the 6th century BCE, the Ganges plain was dotted with small kingdoms and republics known as Mahanapadas. Some were ruled by kings, others by assemblies of elders or warriors. The city of Rajagriha in Magadha, the trading center of Vaisali, and the fertile lands of Kosala and Kavi became hubs of power. Roads linked these centers to ports on the eastern and western coasts, while caravans crossed the Vindhya hills carrying salt, textiles, and spices. The rise of cities created new classes of artisans, merchants, and bankers, diversifying society beyond the old pastoral elite. It was in this vibrant setting that new religious movements took shape. Around the 5th century BCE, two figures, the Buddha and Mauryan, offered paths of renunciation and ethical discipline that questioned the dominance of Vedic sacrifice. Siddhartha Gautama, known as the Buddha, taught the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path as a way to end suffering and achieve nirvana. Mauryan, leader of the Jains, emphasized nonviolence and asceticism. Both traditions rejected animal sacrifice and the authority of the Vedas, opening spiritual life to people of all backgrounds. Monasteries and wandering teachers spread their messages along trade routes and into royal courts. Kings responded in different ways to these currents. Some patronized Brahmanical rituals to assert legitimacy. Others supported new sects to broaden their appeal. In Magadha, rulers built an empire that would become the foundation for the Mauryan dynasty. By the time of Chandragupta Maurya in the 4th century BCE, northern India was unified under a centralized administration for the first time. His grandson Asoka, after a bloody conquest of Kaliyaga, embraced the Buddha's teachings and promoted dharma, ethical rule, across his domains. Edicts carved on pillars and rocks in multiple languages proclaimed his commitment to nonviolence, tolerance, and the welfare of his subjects. Daily life for most people remained rooted in agriculture, family, and community. Villages were largely self-sufficient, governed by councils of elders. Farmers paid taxes in kind to support the state. Artisans worked in guilds that regulated quality and prices. Women managed households, raised children, and in some cases engaged in trade or religious activity. Marriage arranged by families was the norm, but literature of the time shows affection and companionship within the domestic sphere. Festivals marked the seasons, bringing music, dance, and shared meals. Urban life, meanwhile, grew more complex. Cities such as Palaputra, Ujjain, and Takasila became centers of administration, learning, and commerce. Streets bustled with traders selling cloth, spices, perfumes, and jewelry. Temples, monasteries, and gardens offered spaces for worship and debate. Scholars from across the subcontinent and beyond came to study at famous institutions like Takasila, where texts on medicine, law, grammar, and philosophy were taught. This cosmopolitan atmosphere fostered innovation and cross-cultural exchange. Art and architecture reflected the changing religious landscape. Early stupas, mound-like structures housing relics of the Buddha, were built of brick and later adorned with stone railings and gateways carved with scenes from his life and past births. Jain temples housed images of the Tirthakaras, the spiritual exemplars. Even within the Brahmanical tradition, new forms of temple construction and sculpture began to appear, depicting deities in anthropomorphic form and scenes from epic narratives. The epics themselves, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, took shape over centuries, weaving together myth, legend, moral teaching, and history. Recited by bards and expanded by poets, they tell of heroic struggles, divine interventions, and the duties of kings and warriors. The Bhagavad Gita, a dialogue embedded in the Mahabharata, presents a synthesis of duty, devotion, and knowledge that would become a cornerstone of Hindu thought. These stories provided a shared cultural framework across diverse regions and communities. Alongside religion and literature, science and scholarship advanced. Grammarians like Papanini systematized Sanskrit with a precision that still impresses linguists. Medical treatises refined Ayurvedic diagnosis and treatment. Astronomers charted eclipses and planetary motions, developing calendars and predicting celestial events. Legal texts known as dharmastras codified social duties and procedures, giving a sense of order to a complex society. Trade networks extended ever farther. Indian merchants sailed the Indian Ocean, riding the monsoon winds to Arabia and East Africa, bringing back gold, frankincense, and horses. Overland routes linked the subcontinent to Central Asia and beyond, carrying silk, gemstones, and ideas. Monks and pilgrims traveled with the caravans, spreading Buddhist teachings and artistic motifs across Asia. All these strands, agriculture, urban life, philosophy, art, trade, created a civilization of remarkable depth and resilience. Even as political power shifted, the cultural patterns endured. The Ganges Plain remained a heartland of Indian life, radiating influences to the coasts, the Deccan, and beyond. In the northwest, interaction with Persian, Greek, and Central Asian peoples introduced new artistic styles and technologies, visible in the fusion known as Gandhara art. Religion also evolved. Devotion to particular deities or bhakti began to grow within the older Vedic framework. Worship of Viku, Viva, and the goddess developed new forms of temple ritual, song, and story. Buddhism and Jainism adapted as well, building monastic complexes and attracting royal patrons. This pluralistic environment allowed multiple paths to flourish side by side, each contributing to a rich tapestry of belief and practice. From the earliest Indus cities to the flowering of philosophy and devotion, the Indian subcontinent produced ways of living and thinking that would shape much of Asia. Ideas of karma, dharma, and rebirth traveled with monks and merchants to Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and China. Indian numerals, astronomy, and medical knowledge spread along the same routes. In return, India absorbed influences from its neighbors, creating a dynamic interplay of cultures. This is the world we enter in our journey through ancient India, a land of rivers and monsoons, of farmers and philosophers, of epic tales and subtle reasoning. It is not a single civilization, but a mosaic of peoples and traditions linked by geography, exchange, and memory. As we continue, we will see how these strands wove together to form enduring patterns whose echoes can still be heard today. After the decline of the Mauryan Empire and the rise of regional powers, India became a crossroads of cultures. In the northwest, Indo-Greek, Waka, and Kukonia rulers created small but cosmopolitan states. Greek ambassadors recorded their impressions of palm-shaded cities and crowded bazaars. Indian scholars learned new artistic and astronomical techniques from their visitors. The Kukonas, ruling from Purushapura, Peshawar, patronized Buddhism on a grand scale, building monasteries and stupas along the trade routes that linked India with Central Asia and China. This era saw the production of the first large-scale images of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, serene figures carved in stone and cast in bronze that would become models for Buddhist art far beyond India's borders. Further east and south, regional kingdoms such as the Abtavahanas in the Deccan fostered their own centers of commerce and culture. Ports on the eastern and western coasts sent ships to Arabia, East Africa, and Southeast Asia, carrying textiles, beads, ivory, and spices. Roman coins found in southern India testify to trade with the Mediterranean world. Along these routes, ideas traveled as well as goods, creating a dynamic exchange between India and distant lands. Village life during these centuries maintained continuity. Farmers relied on the monsoon, plowing fields with iron-tipped plows and tending rice, millet, and sugarcane. Village councils organized maintenance of wells, tanks, and temples. Artisans continued age-old crafts of weaving, pottery, and metalwork, often in hereditary guilds that set standards and supported members in times of hardship. Festivals tied to the agricultural cycle honored local deities with music, dance, and shared meals, blending older folk practices with broader religious traditions. Urban centers reflected a different rhythm. In bustling market streets, merchants offered cloth, spices, and jewelry. Scribes wrote contracts on palm leaves. Monks and pilgrims moved between monasteries, bringing news from afar. Wealthy households displayed carved doorways and courtyards shaded by trees. Even modest dwellings held niches for household gods. Temples and monasteries provided not only spiritual services, but also education, lodging for travelers, and distribution of charity. Art and architecture reached new heights. The great stupa at Sankh, begun under Asoka and enlarged over centuries, acquired elaborately carved stone railings and gateways depicting scenes from the Buddha's life and previous births. In the western Deccan, rock-cut caves at Ajanta and Ellora housed monasteries and temples, adorned with paintings and sculptures of extraordinary beauty. These works preserve vivid images of courtly life, village scenes, animals, and landscapes, providing a window into the world of ancient India, as well as expressions of spiritual ideals. Literature and scholarship continued to flourish. The Dharmasatras codified social and legal norms. Philosophical schools refined their systems of logic, metaphysics, and ethics. Panini's grammar shaped Sanskrit into a vehicle for precise expression, while poets used it for lyric and epic creations. Medical texts expanded the knowledge of diagnosis and treatment, describing surgical instruments and procedures alongside herbal remedies. Astronomers developed sophisticated models of planetary motion, calculated eclipses, and proposed the rotation of the Earth on its axis. Religious life in this period was pluralistic and evolving. Buddhism diversified into different schools and built monastic networks across Asia. Jainism maintained its commitment to nonviolence and ascetic discipline. Within the Brahmanical tradition, devotion, bhakti, to deities such as Viku, Viva, and the goddess gained strength, expressed through temple worship, pilgrimage, and hymn singing. Temples became not only houses of the divine, but also centers of art, music, and community life. By the time of the Gupta dynasty, in the 4th to 6th centuries CE, northern India experienced a period of political stability and cultural efflorescence, often called a classical age. Gupta rulers supported learning, the arts, and religion. Sanskrit became a lingua franca of high culture. Temples of elegant design rose along the Ganges and its tributaries, their towers sikharas, crowned with finials, their walls adorned with sculpted panels of deities, dancers, and celestial beings. Sculptors achieved a balance of grace and power that influenced later Indian art for centuries. Gupta-era scholars made lasting contributions to mathematics and astronomy. Riyabh-Hake calculated the length of the solar year with striking accuracy, introduced trigonometric functions, and proposed the rotation of the Earth. Mathematicians refined the place value system and the use of zero that would later transform arithmetic worldwide. Physicians compiled encyclopedic treatises on Ayurveda, describing anatomy, pathology, and treatments that combined observation with theory. These advances were seen not as separate from spiritual life, but as ways of understanding and aligning with the cosmic order. Daily life under the Guptas retained its rural base. Villages remained self-governing units, supported by agriculture and local crafts. Women's roles were centered on the household, but also included participation in ritual and, in some cases, property ownership and trade. Marriage, family, and caste provided structure, but also responsibilities and mutual obligations. Festivals marked the turning of the seasons, weaving joy and devotion into the fabric of everyday existence. Urban centers during the Gupta age were lively hubs of administration, trade, and culture. Pataliputra, Ujjain, and Mathur hosted markets where merchants from distant lands offered their goods. Monasteries and temples provided spaces for study, debate, and charity. The arts of music, dance, and poetry flourished, with patrons supporting performers and scholars. Dramas by poets such as Kabladze combined courtly elegance with deep feeling for nature and the human condition. Religion during and after the Gupta period became increasingly devotional. Temples dedicated to Vihu, Viva, and the goddess developed complex rituals and iconography. Bhakti offered a personal path to the divine open to all, transcending some of the rigidities of caste and ritual. Buddhism continued to thrive, but gradually lost royal patronage in much of India, even as it flourished abroad. Jainism maintained its monastic and lay communities, emphasizing ethical conduct and nonviolence. In the centuries following the Guptas, political power fragmented into regional kingdoms, but the cultural patterns established in earlier periods endured and spread. Indian merchants and monks carried ideas of religion, art, and governance to Southeast Asia, where kingdoms such as Srivijaya and Angkor adapted them to local traditions. In return, India absorbed influences from abroad through trade and migration, enriching its own diversity. From the earliest Indus cities to the classical age of the Guptas, the Indian subcontinent developed a civilization of remarkable continuity and creativity. Geography provided both unity and diversity, mountains and seas protected, yet passes and monsoon winds connected. Peoples migrated, empires rose and fell, religions and philosophies debated and evolved. But underlying these shifts were enduring patterns. Agriculture tied to the monsoon, village self-government, reverence for learning, and a search for ultimate truth beyond the visible world. This legacy reaches far beyond India's borders. Concepts of karma, dharma, and rebirth, practices of meditation and yoga, and the numerals we use today all have roots in this period. Stories of the Buddha, the heroes of the epics, and the great kings traveled across Asia, shaping cultures from Cambodia to Japan. Indian art, architecture, and scientific ideas influenced Islamic, European, and modern thought through many indirect paths. Like the Ganges itself, the civilization of ancient India branched into countless streams, nourishing distant lands while renewing itself at home. With the decline of the Gupta dynasty in the 6th century CE, political authority in northern India fragmented once more into a patchwork of regional kingdoms. Yet this political decentralization did not halt cultural creativity. In fact, local courts competed in patronizing scholars, poets, temple builders, and philosophers, creating a period of intense artistic and religious innovation. The Pallavas of Kanchipuram in the south, the Chalukyas of Badami in the Deccan, and a host of other dynasties left behind temples, inscriptions, and works of literature that testify to the vitality of the age. In the south, temple architecture began to take the stone forms that would define the landscape for centuries. The shore temple at Mahabalipuram and the rock-cut shrines at Mamallapuram, carved directly into granite outcrops, depict scenes from the epics and the lives of the gods. These monuments mark a shift from small wooden or brick shrines to towering, intricately sculpted complexes that served as the spiritual and social heart of their communities. Temples were not only places of worship, but also centers of education, economic activity, and artistic production, employing priests, dancers, musicians, sculptors, and administrators. Village society in the post-Gupta centuries continued its rhythm of agriculture and communal governance. The monsoon still dictated the agricultural cycle, with plowing, sowing, and harvesting aligned to the rains. Village assemblies managed irrigation tanks and coordinated the maintenance of roads and wells. Artisans worked in hereditary guilds, and women contributed to the household economy through spinning, weaving, and managing livestock. Festivals tied to the agricultural calendar honored local deities and integrated folk customs with wider religious traditions. Trade routes remained active. Indian merchants sailed to Southeast Asia, establishing communities in port cities from Sumatra to the Mekong Delta. They carried textiles, beads, metal goods, and religious ideas while bringing back spices, forest products, and new artistic motifs. This maritime network helped spread Indian culture to places like Srivijaya, Funan, and later Angkor, where local rulers adapted Indian models of kingship, ritual, and architecture to their own traditions. Religious life grew increasingly diverse and devotional. Bhakti movements emphasizing personal devotion to a chosen deity gained strength in the south. Poet saints such as the Bivars and Nayars composed hymns to Vishu and Waiva in Tamil, expressing deep emotional love for the divine and rejecting ritualism and caste barriers. Their songs, sung in temples and on pilgrimages, created a shared religious culture that cut across social divisions and influenced later Hinduism throughout India. Buddhism, meanwhile, continued to evolve. In some regions, it maintained monastic universities such as Nalanda, which attracted students from across Asia to study philosophy, medicine, logic, and grammar. At its height, Nalanda housed thousands of monks and a vast library of manuscripts. Pilgrims from China, like Xuanzang in the 7th century, left detailed accounts of these centers, describing the curriculum, the debates, and the daily life of the monks. Yet in much of India, Buddhism gradually lost royal patronage and popular support, retreating to certain regions even as it flourished abroad. Jainism retained its lay and monastic communities, emphasizing nonviolence, truth, and ascetic discipline. Its temples and monastic centers, often supported by merchant patrons, produced exquisite art and architecture, such as the marble temples of Mount Abu in later centuries. Together with Hindu and Buddhist institutions, Jain communities contributed to the pluralistic fabric of Indian religious life. Education and scholarship remained highly valued. Sanskrit continued as a language of high culture, but regional languages like Tamil, Kannada, and Bengali developed rich literatures. Kings and merchants sponsored poets who composed epics, Puranas, courtly romances, and philosophical treatises. Dramas combined music, dance, and poetry to entertain and instruct audiences, reflecting ideals of duty, love, and devotion. In mathematics and astronomy, Indian scholars refined trigonometry, calculated planetary positions, and developed sophisticated calendars used for both ritual and agriculture. Urban centers adapted to new circumstances. Some cities declined as trade routes shifted, while others grew as administrative or pilgrimage centers. Markets offered textiles, spices, metals, and horses. Scribes recorded contracts and kept temple accounts. Pilgrims and merchants mingled with scholars and ascetics. Temples provided lodging, education, and distribution of food to the needy, serving as nodes of social welfare as well as worship. The arts of sculpture and painting continued to flourish. In the Deccan, the rock-cut caves of Ellora house Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain temples side by side, their interiors adorned with massive pillars and intricate carvings. In southern temples, bronze images of deities were carried in procession during festivals, embodying the presence of the divine among the people. Dance and music became integral parts of temple ritual, with dedicated performers preserving complex traditions of movement and song. By about the 8th and 9th centuries, a recognizable pattern of Indian civilization had emerged that would endure into the medieval period. Village self-government, temple-centered religion, regional courts patronizing literature and art, and long-distance trade linking the subcontinent to a wider world. Despite political fragmentation, a shared cultural vocabulary, Sanskrit texts, epic stories, pilgrimage networks, and artistic styles gave coherence to the diversity. This pattern also facilitated India's role as a transmitter of culture to its neighbors. Indian numerals, astronomical concepts, religious ideas, and artistic motifs traveled with merchants and monks to Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and beyond. In turn, India absorbed influences from its trading partners, adopting new crops, technologies, and artistic forms. This constant exchange helped sustain a dynamic and adaptive civilization. At the same time, internal debates and reform movements continued to shape Indian thought. Philosophers argued about the nature of reality, the self, and liberation. Bhakti poets questioned caste hierarchies and ritualism, emphasizing direct experience of the divine. Monastic institutions revised curricula and commentaries to address new questions. This ferment kept Indian intellectual life vibrant and relevant to changing circumstances. As we look back over this long trajectory, from the grid-planned cities of the Indus to the rock-cut temples of the Deccan, from Vedic hymns to Tamil Bhakti, poetry from small chieftaincies to expansive trade networks, we see a civilization that was never static. It adapted to new environments, new peoples, and new ideas, while maintaining a sense of continuity rooted in geography, community, and a shared quest for meaning. This adaptability is part of India's enduring legacy. Concepts born in ancient India, dharma, karma, ahimsa, yoga, the search for liberation, continue to influence billions of people today. Artistic forms, literary themes, and scientific ideas originating in this period have traveled across continents and centuries. Like the monsoon rains that renew the fields each year, the currents of Indian civilization have refreshed not only its own land, but also distant shores. By the early medieval period, roughly between the 8th and 12th century CE, the patterns laid down in earlier centuries had matured into a distinctive civilizational landscape. The subcontinent was divided into many kingdoms, the Rashtrakutas and Chalukyas in the Deccan, the Gurara Pratiharas in the north, the Pala dynasty in Bengal, and the Cholas in the south. Yet across these political boundaries, a shared culture of temples, pilgrimages, epics, and Sanskrit learning provided a sense of unity. In the Tamil-speaking south, the Chola dynasty created one of the most impressive examples of statecraft and artistic patronage. From their base at Thanjavur, they extended influence across the Deccan and into Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia. Chola kings built massive stone temples, such as the Brihadishvara at Thanjavur, whose towering Vimana rises above intricately carved walls depicting deities, dancers, and scenes from daily life. These temples functioned as spiritual centers, administrative hubs, landholders, and patrons of the arts. Endowments from kings, nobles, and merchants supported rituals, festivals, schools, and hospitals attached to the temples. Village life under the Cholas and other dynasties continued its agrarian rhythm. Irrigation tanks and canals expanded, supporting multiple crops per year. Local assemblies, often recorded in meticulous inscriptions, managed village affairs, collected taxes, and oversaw temple endowments. Women participated in these economic and ritual activities, sometimes donating land or jewelry to temples in their own names. Festivals tied to the seasons and the deities brought together all classes in shared celebration. Maritime trade flourished as never before. Indian merchants sailed to Srivijaya, Java, and beyond, establishing communities in port cities and serving as conduits for goods and ideas. Spices, textiles, precious stones, and crafted metalwork left Indian shores, while forest products, exotic animals, and new artistic motifs arrived from Southeast Asia. This two-way exchange helped spread Indian architectural styles, scripts, religious ideas, and political models across the region. Temples like Angkor Wat and Prambanan, though rooted in local traditions, show unmistakable Indian influence. Religious life in this era was marked by both continuity and innovation. Bhakti devotion, already strong in the south, spread northward, inspiring vernacular poetry and music. Saints such as Andal, Tiruvallivar, and later Kabir and Mirabai composed songs of intense personal love for the divine, often challenging caste and ritual orthodoxy. These poems, sung in temples and on pilgrimages, created a living tradition of spirituality accessible to all. Buddhism, while declining in much of India, continued to produce great centers of learning such as Vikramashila and Odantapuri, modeled on Nalanda. These monasteries hosted thousands of monks, and preserved vast libraries. Pilgrims from Tibet, China, and Southeast Asia came to study and carry back texts. Jainism, too, maintained vibrant communities, its temples and monastic orders supported by merchant patrons. The marble temples of Mount Abu and the cave temples of Badami are among the treasures of this period. Education and scholarship flourished in both Sanskrit and regional languages. Philosophers debated logic, metaphysics, and ethics. Mathematicians refined algebra and trigonometry. Astronomers improved models of planetary motion. Poets created epics, courtly romances, and devotional lyrics in Tamil, Kannada, Bengali, and other tongues, making high culture accessible to a wider audience. Dramas and dance traditions developed elaborate forms combining music, gesture, and storytelling, many of which survive today. Urban centers adapted to new economic realities. Ports on both coasts became cosmopolitan hubs, where Indian, Arab, Persian, and Southeast Asian merchants mingled. Markets offered textiles, spices, horses, metal goods, and perfumes. Temples and monasteries provided lodging and charity to travelers. Scribes recorded donations and contracts on copper plates and palm leaves, creating a dense archive of inscriptions that allows historians to reconstruct the life of the time. Art and architecture reached new peaks. The Kailasanath temple at Ellora, carved from a single rock, stands as a testament to the skill and ambition of Indian craftsmen. Bronze images of deities, such as Nataraja, Shiva as Lord of the Dance, captured cosmic movement in metal. Painted manuscripts illustrated stories from the epics and the Puranas with delicate lines and vivid colors. These artistic achievements were not merely decorative. They embodied and communicated religious and philosophical ideas. The structure of society remained complex but flexible. Castes organized economic and ritual functions, but mobility existed through trade, service, and religious vocation. Village assemblies and temple networks created a web of local governance that could persist despite political changes at the top. This resilience allowed Indian civilization to absorb external influences without losing its core patterns. Indeed, external influences were increasing. Arab traders had long frequented Indian ports, and by the 8th century Muslim communities were established along the western coast. They participated in trade and gradually became part of the local social fabric. In the northwest, incursions by Turkic and Afghan rulers would, in the coming centuries, introduce new political structures and artistic forms, setting the stage for another chapter in India's story. But within the scope of our present narrative, before the establishment of large Muslim-ruled states, we can see the culmination of ancient Indian patterns in the high medieval world of temples, villages, trade, and learning. Standing back from this panorama, certain themes emerge. First is the extraordinary continuity of agrarian village life, tied to the monsoon, self-governed by assemblies and linked to temples. Second is the dynamic interaction between local traditions and broader cultural currents. Sanskrit learning and regional literatures, Vedic ritual and bhakti devotion, Indian ideas and foreign influences. Third is the central role of religion and art, not only as expressions of faith, but as organizers of social and economic life. Temples, monasteries, and pilgrimage networks were as much about community, charity, and learning as about worship. These patterns, established over millennia, gave Indian civilization a remarkable capacity to absorb change. Ideas born in the earliest cities along the Indus, hymns composed by Vedic poets, philosophies articulated in the Upanishads, and practices refined in monasteries and temples all contributed to a shared civilizational foundation. This foundation supported dazzling variety, yet maintained a recognizable character across time and space. As our slow journey through ancient India draws to a close, we stand on the threshold of a new era. The subcontinent has woven together urban planning and rural rhythms, ritual and philosophy, regional diversity and cultural unity. In the centuries to come, it will encounter new faiths, new technologies, and new forms of power, yet the patterns we have traced will continue to shape its response. To close our journey through ancient India, we can draw together the threads that have run through these millennia. From the carefully laid streets of Harappa to the towering Vimanas of Thanjavur, from the hymns of the Rig Veda to the songs of the Bhakti saints, the subcontinent witnessed a continuous interplay between continuity and change. Geography, the monsoon rains, the fertile river plains, the mountain passes and sea routes, created both a framework of life and a web of connections to the wider world. Agrarian villages formed the enduring base of society, self-governed and bound to the rhythm of the seasons. Cities rose and fell as centers of administration, trade, and learning, yet always drew on the surrounding countryside for sustenance. Temples, monasteries, and guilds acted as the glue of community, providing charity, education, and artistic patronage, as well as spiritual services. Through all the shifts of dynasty and doctrine, these institutions carried forward a shared civilizational memory. Ideas first expressed in Vedic ritual matured into searching philosophies and devotional movements. Concepts of dharma, karma, rebirth, ahimsa, and yoga offered ways of understanding the self and society that traveled far beyond India's shores. Scholars refined grammar, logic, mathematics, and medicine. Artists created sculptures, paintings, and performances that embody religious and ethical ideals. Merchants and monks carried these achievements along the maritime and overland routes linking India to Central Asia, the Mediterranean and Southeast Asia, where they took root in new soils. This long and intricate history gave Indian civilization a distinctive character, a capacity to integrate diverse peoples and beliefs within an underlying sense of order, a reverence for learning, and a persistent search for ultimate meaning beyond material life. Even when political structures fragmented, cultural patterns endured and adapted, renewing themselves like the rivers after the monsoon. Across the great mountains and deserts to the northeast of India lies another cradle of civilization. Here two mighty rivers, the Huanghe or Yellow River, and the Changjiang, the Yangtze, flow from the highlands of Tibet across vast plains to the sea. Their fertile valleys provided the setting for one of the world's longest continuous cultural traditions. Early communities in these river basins learned to cultivate millet and rice, domesticate animals, fire pottery, and build villages. Over time, they developed distinctive ways of organizing society, worshiping ancestors, and interpreting the order of nature that would shape Chinese civilization for millennia. Archaeological sites such as Banpo near Xi and reveal Neolithic villages dating back to the 6th millennium BCE. Round and rectangular houses of rammed earth and thatch surrounded communal courtyards. Storage pits held millet, and bones of pigs and dogs show early domestication. Painted pottery decorated with geometric designs and stylized faces testifies to an emerging aesthetic sense. Even at this stage, ritual objects such as jade discs and axes hint at beliefs in spiritual forces and social hierarchy. By the late 3rd millennium BCE, larger and more complex communities had emerged. The Linzhou culture in the lower Yangtze region produced exquisite jade kong and bai discs, whose precise shapes and symbolic motifs suggest a sophisticated ritual system. In the north, the Longshan culture built walled settlements, cast thin black pottery on fast wheels, and engaged in long-distance trade. These regional cultures laid the groundwork for the first historically recorded dynasty, the Shang. According to traditional chronicles, the Shang arose around the 16th century BCE in the Yellow River Valley. Excavations at Anyang, the last Shang capital, have confirmed much of the record. Here archaeologists have found royal tombs filled with bronze vessels, jade ornaments, chariots, and sacrificial victims, evidence of a powerful, stratified society. Most striking are the oracle bones, turtle plastrons, and ox scapulae, inscribed with early Chinese characters used for divination. Questions about harvests, warfare, childbirth, and ritual were carved into the bone. Cracks produced by heating were interpreted by diviners as answers from the ancestors or high gods. These inscriptions provide the earliest direct evidence of Chinese writing and reveal a world of kingship, ritual, and communication with the unseen. Shang society revolved around a ruling elite who wielded military and religious authority. Kings led armies in war, hunted with chariots, and presided over complex sacrifices to ancestors and deities. Bronze technology reached a high level. Massive ritual vessels cast in piece mold technique display intricate designs of dragons, birds, and toady masks. These bronzes were not merely utilitarian. They embodied power, lineage, and cosmic order. Common people farmed millet and raised pigs, supplying surplus to support the elite. Artisans and specialists lived in separate quarters, producing weapons, ornaments, and ritual goods. Around the 11th century BCE, the Zhou people from the west overthrew the Shang. They justified their conquest with a new idea that would become central to Chinese political thought: the mandate of heaven. According to this doctrine, heaven, Tian, granted the right to rule to virtuous kings and withdrew it from those who became tyrannical. Natural disasters, uprisings, or military defeat were seen as signs that the mandate had been lost. This concept both legitimized rulers and provided a moral check on their power, shaping Chinese views of history and governance for centuries. The Western Zhou period, c. 1046 to 771 BCE, saw the development of a feudal-like system. The Zhou king granted lands to relatives and allies who ruled them as hereditary lords, offering tribute and military service. Ritual life centered on ancestor worship, seasonal sacrifices, and the use of bronze vessels inscribed with dedicatory texts. These inscriptions, along with the earliest classics, transmitted orally and later written down, show an increasing concern with moral order, proper conduct, and the relationship between heaven, earth, and humanity. Daily life in Zhou times combined agriculture with craft and trade. Farmers used iron-tipped wooden plows and practiced crop rotation. Villages were organized into family units under local elders. Artisans produced textiles, ceramics, and bronze implements. Markets connected rural and urban centers, exchanging grain, salt, cloth, and tools. Even at this early stage, a network of roads and waterways facilitated communication across the realm. Over time, the authority of the Zhou kings weakened as regional lords grew more powerful. In 771 BCE, nomadic invasions forced the royal court eastward to Luoyang, marking the start of the Eastern Zhou period. This era divided into the spring and autumn, 770 to 476 BCE, and warring states, 475 to 221 BCE. Periods was one of intense political fragmentation, but also of extraordinary intellectual and cultural creativity. It was during the Eastern Zhou that the 100 schools of thought emerged. Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, born in the state of Lu, taught a way of life based on moral cultivation, ritual propriety, and benevolent governance. He emphasized the virtues of humanity, ren, righteousness, yi, and filial piety, xiao, as foundations for personal and social harmony. His disciples compiled his sayings in the Analects, which would become a cornerstone of Chinese ethics and education. Other thinkers offered different visions. Laozi and the Taoists spoke of returning to the natural way, Tao, practicing non-action, wu wei, and simplicity. The legalists advocated strict laws and centralized control to strengthen the state. Mohists promoted universal love and merit-based government. These competing ideas reflected and responded to the turmoil of the times, when states vied for power and reformers sought solutions to disorder. Amid this ferment, the arts and sciences advanced. Iron tools and new agricultural techniques, increased productivity, supporting larger populations and armies. The use of coinage facilitated trade. Large cities with walls, markets, and palaces became centers of administration and culture. Bronze casting reached new heights, and lacquerware, silk weaving, and painting flourished. Music, poetry, and ritual continued to shape elite life, while folk traditions persisted among the common people. The Warring States period saw the rise of powerful kingdoms such as Qin, Chu, and Zhao. They built massive defensive walls, trained professional armies, and implemented far-reaching reforms. New weapons like the crossbow and cavalry tactics changed warfare. Yet even in this age of conflict, scholarship thrived. Texts on strategy, agriculture, medicine, and philosophy circulated widely. Scholars traveled from court to court, seeking patronage, spreading ideas that would later be synthesized in imperial China. By the 3rd century BCE, the state of Qin in the West had adopted legalist principles and undertaken sweeping reforms. Land was redistributed to break the power of hereditary nobles. Counties administered by appointed officials replaced feudal fiefs. Weights, measures, and even the width of cart axles were standardized. Under King Sheng, who proclaimed himself Qin Shi Huang, or First Emperor, the state embarked on an unprecedented program of unification. In 221 BCE, he conquered the last rival kingdoms, bringing the Warring States era to an end and creating the first centralized Chinese empire. The Qin dynasty, though short-lived, 221 to 206 BCE, left a lasting imprint. The Great Wall, built by connecting and extending earlier fortifications, symbolized both the empire's reach and its anxieties about northern nomads. A vast network of roads and canals facilitated troop movements and communication. Standardized coinage and writing helped knit the diverse regions together. To control ideas, the regime suppressed dissent, famously burning books and, according to later sources, executing scholars. Yet it also laid the groundwork for imperial administration that would endure under later dynasties. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang near Xi'an offers a glimpse of his ambition. Buried with him were thousands of life-size terracotta soldiers and horses, arranged in battle formation, each with unique facial features and details of armor. Bronze chariots, weapons, and ceremonial objects accompanied the army into the afterlife. This vast underground complex, still only partially excavated, testifies to the resources and organization of the early empire, as well as beliefs about the afterlife and the need to maintain power beyond death. After the collapse of the Qin amid rebellion and civil war, the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE to 220 CE, consolidated and expanded the imperial system. Han rulers moderated the harshness of legalism with Confucian ideals, establishing a model of government that combined centralized bureaucracy with moral education. Officials were recruited through examinations on the Confucian classics, creating a meritocratic ideal that would shape Chinese society for centuries. Local administration was carried out by magistrates who collected taxes, supervised public works, and maintained order. Han China was an agrarian empire, but also a hub of trade and culture. Farmers cultivated millet, wheat, and rice with iron plows, supported by irrigation works. State monopolies controlled salt and iron, while private merchants traded silk, lacquerware, and bronze goods. The opening of the Silk Road connected China to Central Asia, Persia, and even the Roman Empire. Caravans carried silk, paper, and ceramics westward, returning with horses, glassware, and new ideas. Borderlands became zones of interaction where Chinese, nomadic, and Central Asian cultures met. Daily life under the Han varied by region and class. In the countryside, families lived in walled compounds, working communal fields and paying taxes in grain or labor. Ancestor worship remained central, with offerings made at household shrines. In cities like Chang'an, the capital, wide avenues, and bustling markets reflected imperial grandeur. Artisans produced fine textiles, metalwork, and pottery. Entertainers performed music, acrobatics, and storytelling. Scholars debated philosophy and wrote histories. Art and technology flourished. Han tombs yield painted silk banners depicting cosmological scenes, carved stone reliefs of daily life and myth, and miniature models of houses, granaries, and towers, placed with the dead to serve them in the afterlife. Advances in metallurgy produced steel tools and weapons. Invention of paper provided a cheaper medium for writing than bamboo or silk, facilitating the spread of literature and administration. Seismographs, water-powered trip hammers, and astronomical instruments attest to scientific curiosity and engineering skill. Religion and thought during the Han combined Confucian, Taoist, and folk elements. State rituals honored heaven and the ancestors, while popular practices sought protection and healing from a pantheon of spirits. Taoist movements offered promises of immortality and magic, sometimes challenging imperial authority. Buddhism, arriving from India via Central Asia in the 1st century CE, at first attracted small communities, but gradually gained influence, introducing new concepts of salvation, monasticism, and art. As the Han expanded, it confronted the Xiongnu and other nomadic peoples of the northern steppe. Diplomacy, trade, marriage alliances, and military campaigns all played roles in managing these frontiers. The tension between sedentary agrarian China and the mobile steppe cultures would remain a central theme of Chinese history. The Han also extended control into the south, incorporating diverse peoples and landscapes into the empire, which required adaptation of administration and culture. Intellectual life produced enduring works. The historian Sima Qian wrote The Records of the Grand, historian a sweeping narrative of China from mythical origins to his own time, setting the standard for official history. Philosophers commented on the classics, developed cosmological theories of yin and yang and the 5 phases, and explored the relationship between heaven, earth, and humanity. Poetry, music, and calligraphy became refined arts, integral to the education of the elite. Family and society under the Han emphasized hierarchy and reciprocity. Filial piety structured relations between generations. Loyalty and benevolence defined the ideal between ruler and subject. Yet legal codes protected property rights and prescribed punishments, showing the blend of moral and coercive order. Women's roles were centered on the household, but included management of family property and ritual duties. Some gained influence at court as empresses or scholars. By the late 2nd century CE, internal strains weakened the Han. Corruption, heavy taxation, and peasant unrest led to uprisings such as the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Warlords carved out territories, and in 220 CE the dynasty fell, ushering in centuries of division. Yet the institutions, values, and cultural patterns developed under the Han left a deep imprint on all later Chinese states. Through the Qin and Han periods, the foundations of imperial China were laid: centralized administration, standardized culture, a Confucian moral order, and a sense of continuity with the past. Even as dynasties rose and fell, these structures provided stability and identity. The experience of unification after long division, of balancing power and virtue, and of engaging with the wider world through trade and diplomacy would shape China's trajectory for millennia. After the fall of the Han dynasty, China entered a long period of political fragmentation known as the Three Kingdoms and the Northern and Southern dynasties, 220 to 589 CE. While warfare and shifting regimes characterized these centuries, they were also a time of rich cultural interaction and transformation. The collapse of centralized power allowed regional elites, non-Han peoples, and new religions to shape the landscape of Chinese civilization in enduring ways. In the north, successive regimes established by non-Han groups, such as the Xianbai, adopted Chinese institutions while maintaining their own traditions. They built capitals with palaces, markets, and Buddhist monasteries, promoted agriculture and crafts, and employed Chinese scholars to administer their states. In the south, native dynasties based at Jiangkang, modern Nanjing, preserved literati culture and Confucian learning, while also cultivating new styles of poetry, calligraphy, and painting that reflected the landscapes and sensibilities of the south. Buddhism became a major force during this period. Monks translated sutras into Chinese, established monasteries, and taught doctrines of compassion, karma, and rebirth. Artistic styles from India and Central Asia blended with Chinese elements to create new forms of sculpture and painting. Cave temples at Dunhuang, Yangon, and Longmen house thousands of statues and murals depicting Buddhas, bodhisattvas, donors, and heavenly guardians, offering a vivid record of devotional life and cross-cultural exchange. Daily life in both North and South combined continuity and change. Farmers tended rice and millet, paid taxes to local authorities, and participated in seasonal festivals. Markets sold cloth, ceramics, salt, and tea. Aristocratic families maintained estates and patronized the arts. Monasteries provided education, lodging, and charity, becoming important centers of local economy and community. Pilgrimages to sacred mountains and temples created networks of travel and devotion that transcended political boundaries. Intellectual and literary life flourished in new directions. The 7 sages of the bamboo grove became symbols of a cultured withdrawal from politics, composing poetry and practicing music in rustic settings. Poets celebrated nature, friendship, and the fleetingness of life. Calligraphy developed as a supreme art, valued not only for legibility, but for expressive brushwork revealing the character of the writer. Painting shifted from decorative patterns to landscapes conveying mood and philosophy. Technological and economic innovations continued. The spread of wet rice agriculture in the south supported population growth. New ship designs and canal building improved transport. Tea drinking, first a medicinal practice, became a social custom. Craftsmen produced fine celadon ceramics that would become prized exports. The movement of people and ideas between North and South, and between China and its neighbors, created a dynamic environment despite political division. In 581 CE, the Sui dynasty reunified China after centuries of fragmentation. Though short-lived, the Sui established institutions that would underpin the long Tang dynasty. They re-established central bureaucracy, reformed taxation, and began massive public works, such as the Grand Canal linking the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. This waterway facilitated movement of grain, troops, and information between North and South, binding the empire together. The Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, is often seen as a high point of Chinese civilization. Its capital, Chang'an, was the largest city in the world, a cosmopolitan hub laid out in a grid of wards containing markets, temples, and residential areas. Merchants and envoys from Central Asia, Persia, Korea, and Japan walked its streets. Buddhist monasteries flourished. Confucian scholars staffed the bureaucracy, and Taoist rituals enjoyed imperial support. Poetry, painting, and music reached new heights, reflecting the confidence of a wealthy and outward-looking empire. Daily life under the Tang displayed great variety. In the countryside, farmers benefited from the equal field system that distributed land to households according to size. In cities, artisans and traders thrived in regulated markets. Women of elite families enjoyed relative freedom compared to later periods, participating in social gatherings, sports, and even politics. The arts of dress, cosmetics, and dance flourished, influenced by foreign fashions brought along the Silk Road. Buddhism reached its zenith during the Tang, with monasteries owning vast lands and engaging in commerce. Pilgrims such as Xuanzang traveled to India to collect scriptures, returning with texts and relics. At the same time, Confucian scholars began to critique Buddhist wealth and influence. laying the groundwork for later revivals of Confucian thought. Taoism also remained important, especially in state rituals and popular practices. The Tang era produced some of China's greatest poets, including Li Bai and Du Fu, whose works capture both the grandeur and the fragility of life. Painters depicted landscapes with ink washes, suggesting mist and mountains, evoking the Taoist sense of harmony with nature. Music and dance from Central Asia enriched court entertainment. Printing technology, using woodblocks, began to spread, enabling wider circulation of texts. By the late Tang, internal rebellions, warlordism, and fiscal crisis weakened the dynasty. In 907, the empire fragmented once more into the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Yet the institutions, culture, and international connections established during the Tang would profoundly influence East Asia. Through the centuries of division and reunification from the Han to the Tang, Chinese civilization demonstrated resilience and adaptability. The integration of Buddhism, the flowering of poetry and painting, the development of new technologies and trade routes, all these show a society constantly renewing itself. Confucian ideals of order and benevolent governance persisted even as dynasties rose and fell, providing a moral framework that outlasted political structures. As we pause in our journey, we can picture a pilgrim approaching the cave temples of Dunhuang, a scholar composing verses under a pine tree, a farmer tending rice paddies fed by new canals, and a merchant leading a caravan through the desert. These scenes, separated by geography and class, are linked by shared values of family, learning, ritual, and a search for harmony between humanity and the cosmos. In the next stage of our exploration of ancient China, we will follow the story into the Song dynasty and beyond, tracing how earlier patterns evolved into new forms of economy, society, and thought. With the end of the Tang dynasty in 907, China entered the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, a time of political fragmentation but continued cultural vitality. Regional courts in the south and west patronized poets, painters, and Buddhist temples. In the north, successive dynasties maintained the forms of centralized administration while relying on alliances with steppe peoples. This era set the stage for one of the most transformative periods of Chinese history, the Song dynasty. Founded in 960, the Song dynasty reunified much of China under Emperor Taizu, although the Song never fully controlled the northern frontier, losing the northern plains to the Khitan Liao, and later the Jurchen Jin. It presided over remarkable economic, technological, and cultural growth. Scholars often call this a medieval economic revolution that laid the foundations for later prosperity. Agriculture in the Song benefited from new strains of fast-ripening rice imported from Campa in Vietnam. Combined with improved irrigation and iron tools, this allowed multiple harvests per year and supported a larger population. Farmers diversified crops, planted tea and mulberry trees, and engaged in small-scale market production. Surplus grain flowed through a network of canals and rivers to the booming cities. Urban life reached new heights. The northern Song capital of Kaifeng, and later the southern Song capital of Hangzhou, were vast metropolises with bustling markets, tea houses, restaurants, and entertainment districts. Street vendors sold noodles, dumplings, and sweets. Storytellers and actors performed in public squares. Shops displayed silks, ceramics, and books. Night markets illuminated by oil lamps created a vibrant after-dark economy unprecedented in earlier times. Commerce expanded with the use of paper money, the world as first, and a sophisticated credit system. Merchant guilds organized trade, and government offices regulated weights, measures, and quality. Maritime trade flourished as Song ships with stern-post rudders, watertight bulkheads, and magnetic compasses sailed to Southeast Asia, India, and the Persian Gulf. Ports like Xuanzhou became cosmopolitan centers where Arab, Indian, and Southeast Asian merchants lived side by side. Technological innovation marked the era. Movable type printing complemented woodblock printing, making books more available and affordable. Gunpowder, first used in fireworks, began to be applied to weapons. Advances in shipbuilding, metallurgy, and engineering spread knowledge and productivity. In astronomy, Shen Kuo recorded observations of the magnetic compass and geological processes. Su Song built an elaborate astronomical clock tower. These developments reflected a culture that valued practical knowledge as well as moral cultivation. Intellectual life during the Song saw the rise of Neo-Confucianism, a revival and reinterpretation of Confucian thought, integrating elements of Buddhism and Taoism. Thinkers such as Zhu Xi emphasized self-cultivation, investigation of things, Zhu, and the moral principle, Li, underlying the universe. His commentaries on the classics became standard texts for the civil service examinations, shaping education for centuries. Neo-Confucianism provided an ethical framework for officials and families alike, reinforcing social order while encouraging personal introspection. Society under the Song was complex and mobile. While the examination system offered a path to official status based on merit, wealth from commerce also created new elites. Scholar officials formed a distinct class combining administrative duty with literary pursuits. Women's roles varied. In urban areas, some participated in business and the arts, while in elite families, ideals of chastity and seclusion became more pronounced. Family rituals, ancestral halls, and clan associations reinforced kinship ties. Art and culture flourished. Landscape painting reached sublime heights with artists like Fan Quan, Liu Shi, and Ma Yuan, depicting towering mountains, misty valleys, and solitary scholars, images that conveyed both the grandeur of nature and the moral ideals of the literati. Calligraphy remained a supreme art, with new expressive styles. Ceramics such as Ru, Ding, and Jun wares achieved technical and aesthetic perfection, exported widely, and imitated abroad. Poetry continued as a central mode of expression, with Su Shi and other poets blending personal reflection with social commentary. Religion during the Song remained diverse. Buddhism adapted to new circumstances, with Chan Zen emphasizing direct experience and meditation. Taoism continued through ritual, alchemy, and popular festivals. Popular religion blended Confucian ethics, Taoist rituals, and Buddhist cosmology, expressed in village temples, processions, and spirit mediums. State rituals honored heaven and the ancestors, maintaining continuity with earlier dynasties. Despite its achievements, the Song faced constant military pressure from steppe and forest peoples. The loss of the north to the Jin in 1127 forced the court to flee south, establishing the southern Song with its capital at Hangzhou. Yet the southern regime continued economic and cultural flourishing, focusing on maritime trade and diplomacy. Naval power protected sea lanes, and ports like Quanzhou and Guangzhou became even more important. By the late 13th century, a new power arose on the northern steppe, the Mongols under Genghis Khan. They conquered vast territories across Eurasia, including northern China, and in 1279, the Mongol-led Yuan dynasty completed the conquest of the southern Song. This marked another shift in Chinese history. Foreign rule over the entire empire, but many Song-era innovations and institutions persisted under the new regime. As we pause here, the patterns of Chinese civilization stand out. Adaptation to new technologies and crops, integration of diverse peoples and ideas, a balance between moral cultivation and practical knowledge, and resilience in the face of political change. The Song period in particular shows how economic growth, urban life, and intellectual creativity could flourish even amid military challenges. It also laid foundations in agriculture, commerce, technology, and thought that would influence China and its neighbors for centuries. Under the Yuan dynasty, 1279 to 1368, China became part of the vast Mongol Empire, stretching from Korea to Eastern Europe. For the first time in its history, the whole of China was ruled by a foreign dynasty. Yet the Mongols adopted many Chinese institutions while also introducing new elements from their Eurasian networks. The Yuan period thus stands at the crossroads of Chinese and world history, linking the steppe and the Song in unprecedented ways. Kublai Khan, grandson of Chinggis, established his capital at Dadu, modern Beijing. He retained Chinese styles of administration, but staffed high offices with Mongols and other non-Han peoples. The empire was divided into provinces governed by appointed officials. The postal relay system, inherited from the steppe, provided rapid communication across vast distances. Paper money was issued on a large scale to facilitate trade. While some Chinese resented foreign rule, others found opportunities in the new order, serving as administrators, artisans, and merchants. The Yuan opened China more fully to international commerce. Merchants from Persia, Central Asia, and even Europe arrived at Chinese ports and capitals. The Venetian traveler Marco Polo's account of the riches and wonders of Kublai's court, though embellished, reflects the cosmopolitan atmosphere. Chinese goods such as silk, porcelain, and lacquerware flowed westward, while new crops, technologies, and artistic motifs entered China from abroad. Daily life for ordinary people under the Yuan was shaped by the same rhythms of agriculture and village organization as before, but taxes and corvée labor could be heavy. In the cities, artisans and traders worked under the supervision of state-run offices and guilds. Buddhist monasteries, Taoist temples, and Islamic mosques coexisted, reflecting the empire's diversity. The arts continued, with painters like Zhao Mingfu blending traditional literati styles with new influences, creating a fresh synthesis. Despite Mongol patronage of Buddhism and tolerance for other religions, Confucian scholars often withdrew from official service, turning instead to private teaching and the arts. Their writings preserved and transmitted Chinese values during a time of foreign rule. Popular culture also flourished, especially drama and fiction performed and read in the vernacular, laying foundations for later literary forms. By the mid-14th century, internal rebellions, economic difficulties, and natural disasters weakened the Yuan. In 1368, the rebel leader Zhu Yuanzhang, a former monk and military commander, drove out the Mongols and founded the Ming dynasty. The Ming sought to restore native rule and traditional institutions while also benefiting from the commercial and technological legacy of the preceding centuries. Early Ming emperors rebuilt the capital at Nanjing and later moved it to Beijing, where the Forbidden City was constructed as a symbol of imperial authority. The civil service examination system was reinstated and Confucian orthodoxy reaffirmed. Agriculture was promoted through tax reforms and irrigation projects. Population grew and markets expanded. Ming artisans produced blue and white porcelain, silk textiles, and lacquerware, prized at home and abroad. Maritime ventures under the Admiral Zheng He in the early 15th century demonstrated Ming China's capacity for oceanic outreach. His giant fleets sailed to Southeast Asia, India, Arabia, and East Africa, projecting imperial prestige and facilitating trade and diplomacy. Although these voyages were later discontinued, they left a legacy of Chinese presence along the Indian Ocean littoral. Village life under the Ming retained long-standing patterns of kinship and local governance. Ancestral halls and lineage organizations regulated property and rituals. Women managed households and contributed to handicrafts such as weaving and embroidery. Seasonal festivals honored local gods and marked the agricultural calendar. In towns and cities, merchants and artisans thrived, and a money economy deepened. Printing expanded, making books, almanacs, and religious tracts widely available. The arts of the Ming reflected both continuity and innovation. Literati painting emphasized personal expression and brushwork, while court painters produced detailed portraits and decorative works. Porcelain reached new heights of technical and aesthetic refinement, exported in huge quantities. Architecture combined monumental planning with intricate detail, as seen in the Forbidden City's halls and gardens. Theater and popular fiction flourished, with works such as Journey to the West and Water Margin drawing on folk tales and history to create enduring classics. Religion remained pluralistic. Confucianism provided the ethical framework for state and family life. Buddhism and Taoism continued in temples and rituals. Popular beliefs blended these with local cults. Islam and Christianity maintained small but significant communities. Pilgrimages to sacred mountains, festivals for city gods, and ancestral rites kept religious practice woven into daily life. By the 16th and 17th centuries, commercial growth and social change were transforming China once again. Silver from the Americas entered through trade, monetizing the economy. Regional specialization in crops and handicrafts linked villages to distant markets. Urban culture blossomed with tea houses, theaters, and bookshops. The examination system produced a vast class of degree holders, many without official posts, who participated in local society as teachers, patrons, and writers. At the same time, challenges mounted. Population pressure on the land, corruption, and factional struggles at court weakened the Ming. Peasant uprisings and Manchu invasions led to the dynasty's fall in 1644 and the establishment of the Qing dynasty. Yet even with this change of rulers, the institutions and cultural patterns of imperial China persisted, demonstrating the resilience built over millennia. Looking back over the long arc from Neolithic villages to the Ming Empire, we can trace certain enduring themes in Chinese civilization. The interplay of river-based agriculture and state organization. The tension and exchange between sedentary China and the nomadic steppe. The integration of diverse religious and philosophical traditions. The emphasis on family education and moral order. And the capacity to absorb foreign influences while maintaining a distinctive identity. All these shaped a civilization that became one of the central pillars of world history. As our narrative of ancient China nears its conclusion, we can picture the bustle of a Ming market town, the stillness of a scholar's studio, a chanting of monks in a mountain temple, and the creak of ox carts on the Grand Canal. These scenes, like those of earlier ages, reveal a society of great complexity, creativity, and continuity. Over the centuries, Chinese society repeatedly faced upheaval. The fall of dynasties, invasions from the steppe, the arrival of foreign religions, the shock of new technologies. Yet it repeatedly recreated a unified order. From the mandate of heaven to the imperial bureaucracy and the civil service examinations, it evolved mechanisms to legitimate and renew power. Confucian ideals of moral governance and filial duty provided a common language linking family, state, and cosmos. At the same time, China was never static. Waves of change rolled through its history. The spread of Buddhism and its integration with native thought. The emergence of Taoist sects and popular cults. The rise of great cities and long distance. Trade, the invention of paper printing, gunpowder, and encompassed the creation of landscape painting and porcelain. The civilization's strength lay not in isolation, but in its ability to absorb, adapt, and synthesize. By the Ming period, the patterns established over millennia had matured into a vast, populous, literate, and commercially vibrant empire whose influence reached far beyond its borders. Crops and crafts flowed out along sea lanes. Ideas, faiths, and goods flowed in. Villages still tended their fields and honored their ancestors, but they were linked by canals, markets, and a shared cultural horizon to a world much larger than any early Chinese could have imagined. As our slow journey leaves East Asia and turns westward, the Mediterranean beckons. There, on rocky peninsulas and sunny islands, other peoples built their own experiments in politics, philosophy, and art. In our next chapter, we will travel to ancient Greece to see how its city-states and thinkers added their voice to the shared story of human civilization. On the other side of the Mediterranean from Egypt and the Near East, A rugged land of mountains, islands, and deep blue seas gave birth to another strand of human civilization. Ancient Greece was not a single state, but a mosaic of communities scattered across the Aegean and beyond. Its geography shaped its history. Narrow valleys separated by high ridges, harbors opening onto the sea, poor soils encouraging trade and colonization rather than vast inland empires. Yet out of this fragmented landscape arose enduring ideas of citizenship, philosophy, and art that would influence the world for millennia. The earliest Greek cultures emerged during the Bronze Age. On the island of Crete, the Minoans built palaces at Knossos, Phaistos, and other sites from around 2000 BC. These were not fortresses, but sprawling complexes with courtyards, storerooms, workshops, and ritual spaces decorated with colorful frescoes of dolphins, lily, and dancers. The Minoans developed a script known as Linear A, engaged in trade with Egypt and the Levant, and cultivated a vibrant maritime culture. Although much about their society remains mysterious, their art suggests a world of ritual processions, bull-leaping, and sea-bound exchange. On the mainland, the Mycenaeans rose to prominence around 1600 BCE. Fortified citadels at Mycenae, Tiryns and Pylos housed warrior kings who ruled over surrounding territories. They wrote an early form of Greek in Linear B on clay tablets recording rations, offerings, and goods. Grave circles and tholos tombs filled with gold masks. Weapons and imported luxuries reveal a society of hierarchy, warfare, and long-distance trade. Homer's epics, composed centuries later, preserved memories of this heroic age, of siege and voyage, of glory and tragedy. Around 1200 BCE, the Bronze Age world of the Eastern Mediterranean collapsed amid invasions, migrations, and internal turmoil. Palaces were destroyed, writing disappeared, and populations declined. This dark age of Greece lasted several centuries, but it was also a time of reorganization and cultural seeding. Small communities of farmers and herders formed around kinship groups. Iron replaced bronze for tools and weapons. Oral poetry kept alive stories of gods and heroes, performed by bards at feasts and festivals. By the 8th century BCE, a new society was emerging. Population increased, trade revived, and communities built temples to the Olympian gods. The Greek alphabet, adapted from Phoenician letters, allowed easy writing of both prose and poetry. City-states Peleus developed, each with its own government, laws, and identity. At the same time, colonists sailed to Italy, Sicily, the Black Sea, and North Africa, spreading Greek culture and creating networks of exchange. Daily life in the early Peleus revolved around the household, oikos, agriculture, and local markets. Farmers grew grain, olives, and grapes, tended goats and sheep, and stored oil and wine in large jars. Women managed the home, children, and textile production. Men participated in assemblies, military training, and religious festivals. Slavery existed, but on a smaller scale than in later empires. Religion permeated life, with sacrifices, processions, and games, honoring gods who were seen as powerful yet human-like. To Peleus came to embody contrasting models. Sparta in the Peloponnese organized itself as a military society, subordinating individual freedom to collective discipline. Male citizens underwent rigorous training from youth, living in barracks and dedicating their lives to defense. Helots, subjugated populations, worked the land to support the warrior elite. Women in Sparta had more public presence than elsewhere, managing estates and exercising to bear strong children. This system produced formidable soldiers, but little in the way of art or commerce. Athens, by contrast, evolved toward broader participation. Initially ruled by kings and aristocrats, it gradually instituted reforms that extended rights to a wider group of male citizens. By the time of Cleisthenes in 508 BCE, the foundations of democracy had been laid. The assembly, ecclesia, the council of 500 and courts of law where citizens could speak and vote. Although women, slaves, and foreigners were excluded, this experiment in self-government was unprecedented in scale and influence. Religion bound the Greek world together, despite political fragmentation. Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries such as Olympia, Delphi, and Delos drew visitors from all over. The Olympic Games, first recorded in 776 BCE, honored Zeus with athletic contests and truce periods. Oracles at Delphi delivered cryptic messages from Apollo to individuals and states. Festivals featured sacrifices, music, drama, and communal feasting. Myths told of gods, heroes, and the origins of cities, providing shared narratives and moral lessons. Art and architecture reflected Greek values. Temples built in the Doric and Ionic orders housed cult statues and offerings. Pottery painted with black figure and later red figure techniques depicted scenes of daily life, myth, and sport. Sculptors began to study the human form, moving from rigid Koroi statues to more naturalistic poses. These artistic developments paralleled advances in thought as philosophers and poets explored the nature of justice, courage, and the cosmos. By the 6th century BCE, Greek thinkers known as Presocratics in Ionia and southern Italy were seeking rational explanations for the world. Thales posited water as the fundamental substance. Anaximander imagined an infinite apeiron. Pythagoras studied number and harmony. At the same time, lyric poets like Sappho and Archilochus expressed personal emotions and social commentary in compact verses performed at banquets. This mixture of inquiry and artistry set the stage for the classical age. In the next part of our journey through ancient Greece, we will enter the classical period, when the city-states faced external threats and internal debates that would define their legacy for the ages. The 5th century BCE opened with a challenge that would shape Greek identity: the Persian Wars. The vast Achaemenid Empire had incorporated the Greek cities of Asia Minor, prompting revolts and eventually invasions of mainland Greece. In 490 BCE, the Athenians met the Persian forces at Marathon, winning a stunning victory that became a symbol of citizen courage. 10 years later, King Xerxes launched a massive expedition. At Thermopylae, a small Greek force led by King Leonidas of Sparta delayed the Persians, while Athens evacuated and watched as the city was burned. Yet at Salamis, the Greek fleet won a decisive naval battle, and at Plataea, the next year, Persian power was driven back. These struggles fostered a sense of common Hellenic identity, but also left Athens at the head of a naval alliance, the Delian League. Contributions from member states funded a powerful fleet, and increasingly, Athenian ambitions. Under the leadership of Pericles, Athens entered a golden age. Democratic institutions expanded, with pay for jury service enabling poorer citizens to participate. The city rebuilt the Acropolis, erecting the Parthenon as a temple to Athena, adorned with sculptures by Phidias that combined ideal beauty with dynamic realism. Daily life in classical Athens blended civic duty with private pursuits. Citizens attended the assembly on the Pnyx, served on juries, and rotated through magistracies. They also farmed, traded, crafted pottery, and raised families. Women managed the household, supervised slaves, and participated in religious festivals, but did not vote or hold office. Medics, resident foreigners, contributed to commerce and crafts, but lacked political rights. Slaves performed domestic service, worked in workshops, and toiled in the silver mines of Mauryan. Religion permeated the city's rhythms. Processions, sacrifices, and dramatic competitions honored the gods. The festival of Dionysus featured tragedies and comedies performed in open-air theaters. Playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides used myth to explore themes of justice, hubris, and human suffering. Aristophanes' comedies satirized politics and everyday life. Theater was both entertainment and civic education. a mirror held up to the polis. Philosophy took new forms as well. Socrates, 469 to 399 BCE, questioned conventional wisdom in the Agora, seeking definitions of virtue and challenging citizens to examine their lives. His method of dialogue and irony influenced his student Plato, who founded the academy and developed a vision of eternal forms and the just state. Aristotle, Plato's student, approached knowledge empirically, studying logic, biology, ethics, and politics. Together, these thinkers laid the foundations of Western philosophy. Art and architecture reached new heights. Sculptors like Polykleitos formulated canons of proportion. The contrapposto stance gave statues a lifelike dynamism. Vase painting depicted myth and daily scenes with refined line and composition. Temples throughout the Greek world displayed harmonious proportions, while public spaces like the Agora and Stoas provided venues for commerce and debate. These achievements expressed the Greek ideal of balance between order and movement, reason and passion. Yet tensions lurked beneath the surface. Athens' dominance and use of league funds for its own projects bred resentment among allies. Sparta, leading the Peloponnesian League, feared Athenian power. The result was the long Peloponnesian War, 431 to 404 BCE, chronicled by the historian Thucydides with unflinching realism. His account analyzed human motives, fear, honor, interest, and the corrosive effects of war on society. After decades of conflict, Athens was defeated. Its democracy survived, but its empire was lost. The war's aftermath saw shifting alliances and the rise of new powers. Economic hardship and political instability encouraged questioning of democratic ideals. In philosophy, schools such as the Cynics and Epicureans explored how to live a good life amid uncertainty. In art, the high classical balance gave way to the more emotional and dynamic style later called Hellenistic. Despite political turmoil, Greek culture spread widely. Macedon under King Philip II and his son Alexander the Great transformed the Greek world. Philip unified the fractious city-states under his hegemony, while Alexander launched a campaign that toppled the Persian Empire and reached as far as India. In his wake, Greek cities and culture took root across the Near East, Egypt, and Central Asia, creating a cosmopolitan world of exchange. Daily life in this expanding Greek sphere varied greatly. In newly founded cities like Alexandria in Egypt, Greeks mingled with Egyptians, Jews, and others. Libraries, theaters, and gymnasia transmitted Greek language and education. Local traditions blended with Hellenic art and religion. Philosophers like the Stoics emphasized living in accordance with nature and reason, seeing all humans as part of a common cosmopolis ideas suited to an interconnected world. Science and scholarship flourished in Hellenistic centers. Euclid codified geometry. Archimedes advanced mechanics. Herophilos dissected the human body. Eratosthenes measured the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. Astronomers proposed heliocentric models and cataloged the stars. Museums and libraries collected texts, while scholars edited Homer and compiled histories. This intellectual ferment built on Greek traditions, but also drew from the knowledge of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and beyond. Religion in the Hellenistic age was diverse. Traditional city cults continued, but new mystery religions promised personal salvation. Cults of Isis, Serapis, and Mithras spread alongside worship of rulers as divine. Philosophy itself took on a therapeutic role, offering guidance for the soul. Art reflected the era's cosmopolitanism and emotional range, depicting children, old age, and everyday life alongside gods and heroes. By the 2nd century BCE, Rome was rising as a new power in the West. Greek cities in southern Italy fell under Roman sway. Wars with Macedon and the Seleucid Empire brought Greece and the eastern Mediterranean into Rome's orbit. Yet even as political independence waned, Greek culture captivated Roman elites. They adopted Greek art, literature, and education, ensuring that Hellenic ideas would continue to shape the Mediterranean world. As we pause here, the outlines of ancient Greece come into focus. A fragmented land bound by language, religion, and shared institutions. A people who experimented with forms of government, probed the nature of the cosmos, and created art of enduring beauty. A culture that spread far beyond its homeland, interacting with others to create new syntheses. In the next part of our journey, we will look more closely at daily life, economy, and religion in the Greek world, and at how its legacy prepared the ground for the Roman age. As the Greek world moved from the classical into the Hellenistic age, everyday life acquired both new opportunities and new complexities. In the cities founded by Alexander and his successors, Greek-style institutions mingled with local customs. The agora, gymnasium, and theater became familiar features from Egypt to Bactria, but the faces and tongues of the people who used them were diverse. Soldiers, merchants, scribes, artisans, priests, and philosophers from many backgrounds passed through the colonnades. In Alexandria on the Nile, founded in 331 BCE, the great library and museum attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean. Here texts were collected, copied, and studied. Here mathematicians, astronomers, and physicians worked side by side. The lighthouse of Pharos guided ships into a harbor filled with goods from 3 continents. Streets rang with Greek, Egyptian, Hebrew, and Aramaic. Temples to native gods stood alongside shrines to Greek deities and ruler cults. Such cities were laboratories of cultural exchange. Rural life changed more slowly. Farmers still planted grain and tended vines and olive trees. In some regions, large estates, latifundia, emerged, worked by slaves or tenant farmers, producing surplus for urban markets. Peasant households remained the backbone of society, maintaining local cults and seasonal rhythms. Festivals honored old and new gods, blending rituals in creative ways. Women managed households and contributed to weaving and other crafts. Their public roles varied by region and class. Religion in the Hellenistic world reflected this pluralism. Traditional Olympian worship continued in the cities, with processions, sacrifices, and games. But mystery religions and philosophical sects offered more personal spiritual experiences. Initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries sought hope of a blessed afterlife. Followers of Isis or Serapis engaged in rituals promising healing and protection. Philosophies such as Stoicism and Epicureanism provided ethical frameworks for individuals navigating an unpredictable world. The idea of a single cosmic order or providence gained appeal in an interconnected society. Art and literature responded to new tastes. Sculptors produced more naturalistic and emotionally varied works. Children playing, old fishermen, dramatic scenes of struggle. The winged victory of Samothrace and the Laocoon group show movement and pathos unknown in earlier styles. Poets wrote learned, refined verses. Novelists began composing prose romances of adventure and love. Theater evolved with new genres of comedy, portraying everyday characters and situations, ancestors of later European drama. Education remained a mark of status. Boys of wealthy families studied reading, writing, music, gymnastics, and rhetoric. Some advanced to philosophy and science. Gymnasia served as both schools and social centers. Libraries spread the written word more widely, though literacy remained limited compared to modern times. Women of elite families sometimes received education, especially in artistic or religious roles, but public life remained male-dominated. Economically, the Hellenistic kingdoms developed complex systems of taxation, coinage, and state monopolies. Trade networks linked the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and the Indian Ocean. Goods such as papyrus, spices, glass, textiles, and metals circulated widely. Banks and credit instruments facilitated commerce. Ports and caravan cities flourished, drawing migrants and creating opportunities for social mobility. Political life, however, shifted from the citizen assemblies of the classical polis to monarchies ruled by dynasties of Macedonian origin. The Ptolemies in Egypt, the Seleucids in Asia, the Antigonids in Macedon. Kings presented themselves as benefactors, funding temples, theaters, and festivals, but also maintained armies and bureaucracies. City councils managed local affairs, but ultimate power lay with the monarch. This change influenced how people thought about community and belonging, encouraging more cosmopolitan identities. The arts of philosophy adapted as well. Stoicism, founded by Zeno of Citium, taught that virtue is living in agreement with nature and reason, accepting fate with equanimity. Epicureanism from Epicurus held that pleasure understood as freedom from pain and disturbance was the highest good, achievable through simple living and friendship. Skepticism questioned the possibility of certain knowledge, while cynicism advocated a life of austerity and freedom from convention. These schools offered practical guidance rather than speculative metaphysics, meeting the needs of individuals in a vast, impersonal world. Science reached impressive levels. Archimedes of Syracuse studied mechanics, hydrostatics, and levers, designing war engines and practical devices. Eratosthenes measured the Earth's circumference and mapped the known world. Hipparchus refined astronomical observations. Medical schools in Alexandria advanced anatomy and physiology. Such achievements built on centuries of Greek inquiry and were enriched by Egyptian and Mesopotamian knowledge. Despite these advances, inequalities persisted. Slavery remained widespread, providing labor for households, workshops, and mines. Free poor struggled for subsistence. Women's rights varied but were generally limited, though some queens and priestesses wielded significant influence. Tensions between Greeks and local populations sometimes erupted into violence. The glittering cities could mask underlying hardships. By the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, Rome's expanding power reshaped the Hellenistic world. Successive wars brought Macedon, Greece, and Asia Minor under Roman control. Client kings ruled at Rome's pleasure. Yet Greek culture continued to flourish under Roman patronage. Educated Romans studied Greek literature and philosophy. Greek artists and teachers filled Roman households. The synthesis of Greek and Roman elements created what we now call Greco-Roman civilization. Everyday life in Roman-ruled Greece retained familiar patterns: farming, local festivals, city councils. But new roads, laws, and markets integrated the region into a larger Mediterranean economy. Greek intellectuals like Polybius analyzed Rome's mixed constitution, seeking to understand its success. Philosophers such as the Stoic Epictetus, himself a former slave, taught in Roman cities, emphasizing inner freedom and moral integrity. Looking back over this evolution, we can trace how the small, fiercely independent Peleus of the archaic age gave rise to a culture whose language, arts, and ideas spread across 3 continents. The Greek experience shows how creativity can spring from diversity and competition, how political forms can shape and be shaped by social values, and how ideas can travel far beyond their birthplace to inspire new societies. Although Greek history is often told through wars and statesmen, the deeper fabric of its civilization lay in the lives of ordinary people. In the countryside, the majority of Greeks were small farmers cultivating a few acres of grain, olives, and vines. The Mediterranean climate demanded careful timing of planting and harvesting. Drought or war could ruin a year's work. Households stored oil and wine in amphorae, kept goats and sheep, and bartered surplus at local markets. Tools were simple but effective: wooden plows tipped with iron, sickles, stone mills. The rhythm of life followed the seasons: sowing in autumn, pruning vines in winter, harvesting cereals in spring, gathering olives and grapes in late summer. Women's lives centered on the oikos, or household. In most city-states, they managed domestic tasks, raised children, spun and wove cloth, and supervised slaves. Marriage arranged by families linked households and secured property. Yet within these limits, women had agency, especially in religious activities. Festivals like the Thesmophoria and rites of local goddesses gave them collective roles outside the home. In Sparta, women enjoyed greater visibility, owning land and exercising in public to promote health. Across the Greek world, priestesses served at major sanctuaries, some wielding considerable influence. Slavery was a pervasive institution underpinning Greek society. Slaves came from war, piracy, or trade and performed domestic service, skilled crafts, and heavy labor. Some could earn or buy freedom, and a few became wealthy, but most remained property. Attitudes towards slavery varied. Philosophers debated whether it was natural or conventional, but no movement to abolish it arose. The presence of slaves allowed citizens more time for politics, leisure, and culture. Urban life offered different rhythms. In cities like Athens, the agora served as market and meeting place. Merchants displayed goods ranging from fish and vegetables to imported luxuries. Artisans worked in small workshops, producing pottery, metalware, and textiles. Public fountains supplied water. Temples and stoas provided shade. Men gathered in barbershops, gymnasia, and symposiums to talk politics, business, and philosophy. The city was a stage where status and citizenship were constantly performed. Religion permeated every aspect of life. Each household maintained a hearth for Hestia and small altars for ancestors and protective deities. Neighborhood shrines honored heroes and spirits. City-states organized grand festivals with sacrifices, athletic contests, music, and drama. These events reaffirmed communal identity and connected humans to the gods. Myths were not just stories, but frameworks for understanding nature, morality, and fate. The Greek pantheon was flexible, incorporating local and foreign gods. Personal piety coexisted with civic ritual. Education shaped the citizen. Boys learned reading, writing, arithmetic, music, and gymnastics. Wealthier families hired tutors to teach rhetoric and philosophy. Physical training prepared young men for military service and public life. Girls were educated at home in domestic skills, though in some cities they learned reading and music as well. The goal was not only practical skills, but the cultivation of art, excellence in mind and body. Philosophy and science offered alternative ways of understanding the world. Hippocrates and his followers developed a rational approach to medicine, seeking natural causes for disease. Historians like Herodotus collected stories of foreign lands and peoples, trying to explain events in human terms. Philosophers from Parmenides to Democritus debated the nature of being and change. These inquiries reflected a conviction that reason could illuminate the cosmos, complementing rather than replacing religious tradition. Art and performance shaped public space. Temples in Doric, Ionic, and later Corinthian styles combined geometry with symbolism, rising from the landscape as visible links between mortals and immortals. Sculptors studied anatomy and movement, producing works of idealized yet lifelike beauty. Vase painters illustrated myths, sports, and daily scenes with elegant line and narrative skill. Theater brought citizens together to witness tragedies exploring hubris, justice, and divine order, and comedies poking fun at leaders and customs. Music and dance accompanied rituals, banquets, and private entertainment. Economy and trade connected Greeks beyond the polis. Olive oil, wine, pottery, and metal goods were exported. Grain, timber, and luxury items imported. Colonies along the Black Sea provided grain for the mainland. Coinage facilitated commerce and symbolized civic identity, with images of patron gods or symbols stamped on silver and bronze. Harbors bustled with ships, warehouses, and brokers. Caravans brought goods over land. This exchange not only sustained economies, but spread ideas, styles, and technologies. Throughout these practices ran the ideal of citizenship, participation in decision-making, military service, and communal rights. Even as wealth and inequality grew, the notion that free male citizens had responsibilities and rights remained central. Debates about justice, power, and freedom played out in assemblies and courts, shaping Western political thought. By the Hellenistic period, these patterns evolved under monarchies and in multicultural cities. Greek language and education became passports to status from Egypt to Afghanistan. Gymnasia and theaters dotted the landscape. Merchants and scholars traveled widely. Yet in villages, the old rhythms persisted: planting and harvest, local festivals, family rituals. The blend of continuity and change gave Greek culture its enduring character. As Rome expanded eastward, it absorbed these practices. Greek tutors educated Roman children. Greek architects designed temples and theaters. Greek physicians practiced in Roman cities. The fusion of Greek and Roman ways created a common Mediterranean culture whose echoes reach us today. By the time Rome had extended its power over the Greek world in the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, the outlines of what we think of as Greek civilization were complete. Yet it was under Roman rule that many aspects of Greek life were recorded, imitated, and transmitted, ensuring their survival. To understand the global importance of Greece, we can look at several interwoven strands: its political ideas, its art and architecture, its philosophy and science, and the everyday practices that underpinned them. The political experiments of the polis, especially the Athenian democracy of the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, created a vocabulary of citizenship, law, and deliberation that still shapes discussion today. Concepts such as isonomia, equality under law, parrhesia, free speech, and civic responsibility were hammered out in assemblies and courts. Even when limited to male citizens, these practices established the principle that government could be based on discussion and consent rather than hereditary rule alone. Later republics, including Rome, drew on these ideas. Modern democracies trace part of their lineage to them. Greek art and architecture likewise became touchstones. Temples such as the Parthenon embodied harmonious proportions and refinement of detail. Sculptors' studies of the human form informed Renaissance and modern art. Public spaces, agoras, stoas, theaters provided models for civic architecture. Under Rome, these forms were adapted to basilicas, forums, and baths, spreading the Greek aesthetic across Europe, North Africa, and the Near East. Philosophy and science formed another legacy. The rational inquiries of pre-Socratics, the ethical dialogues of Socrates and Plato, the empirical observations of Aristotle, the medical traditions of Hippocrates, the mathematical proofs of Euclid, and the mechanical insights of Archimedes all shaped the intellectual heritage of the West and beyond. Translated into Arabic, Latin, and other languages, these works circulated for centuries, sparking new discoveries. Yet all these achievements rested on a social foundation of households: farmers, artisans, slaves, and women whose labor made leisure and inquiry possible. Understanding Greek civilization requires acknowledging this base. The olive groves and vineyards, the looms and workshops, the domestic rituals and neighborhood shrines created the texture of daily life. Without them, there would have been no temples, theaters, or schools. Under Roman rule, Greek cities retained a degree of autonomy. Councils managed local affairs, festivals continued, and gymnasia educated youth. Wealthy Romans built villas in Greek style, collected Greek statues, and hired Greek tutors. In Athens, the philosophical schools still attracted students. In Epidaurus, the sanctuary of Asclepius continued to receive pilgrims seeking healing. This blending of cultures produced the Greco-Roman world, a shared civilization whose ideas, art, and institutions extended far beyond the Mediterranean. Religion evolved too. Traditional cults persisted, but philosophical interpretations of the gods and new mystery religions prepared the way for later universal faiths. Concepts of the soul, virtue, and cosmic order developed in Hellenistic philosophy, influenced early Christian thinkers. Thus, Greek spirituality, as well as Greek reason, left its mark on later centuries. We can also trace Greek influence eastward. Through Alexander's conquests and the kingdoms that followed, Greek language and culture reached Bactria, Gandhara, and beyond. In these regions, Hellenistic and local artistic styles merged. The serene Buddha statues of Gandhara bear draped garments and realistic anatomy reminiscent of Greek sculpture. Coins, city plans, and administrative practices likewise reflected this cross-fertilization. The durability of Greek culture lay in its adaptability. It could express itself in small poleis or great empires, coexist with monarchies or democracies, blend with foreign traditions yet retain recognizable forms. This flexibility helped it survive conquest and spread across continents. To imagine this legacy, picture a few scenes at the end of our Greek journey. In a Roman forum, a magistrate delivers a speech quoting Homer. Nearby, a Greek architect oversees the carving of Corinthian capitals for a new temple. In Alexandria, a scholar edits a text of Aristotle while debating with a Jewish philosopher about the nature of the soul. In a village in Asia, minor farmers celebrate a festival for a local god whose name is Greek, but whose rites are Anatolian. These vignettes show Greek civilization as a living network, not a frozen artifact. As our exploration nears its close, we can summarize the patterns we have followed. A rugged land fostering independence and seafaring. Small communities experimenting with self-rule. Poets, philosophers, and artists seeking to understand human nature and the cosmos. Expansion through colonization and conquest. Synthesis with other cultures under Hellenistic and Roman rule. Together, these elements created one of the great streams of world civilization. Standing back at the end of our slow journey through ancient Greece, we can see how a rugged land of small communities produced ideas and institutions that traveled far beyond its shores. From the palaces of the Minoans to the citadels of the Mycenaeans, from the farmers' plots of Attica to the marble temples of the Acropolis, from the Agora of Athens to the Library of Alexandria, the Greeks built a civilization rooted in local life yet open to the wider world. At its heart was the polis, not only a place, but a way of thinking about belonging. Citizenship, debate, and law created a civic identity that shaped later republics. Even when democracy was limited and fragile, it demonstrated that ordinary men could govern themselves, legislate, judge, and hold leaders accountable. This experiment became a touchstone for later generations seeking freedom and participation. Greek inquiry into nature, ethics, and art created another enduring legacy. Philosophers asked what the universe is made of, what justice demands, how humans can flourish. Artists studied the human form and expressed ideals of harmony and movement. Historians sought causes rather than myths. Physicians looked for natural explanations of disease. These habits of mind, rational curiosity, ethical reflection, aesthetic striving, joined with religious tradition to form a rich cultural tapestry. Religion, too, left its imprint. The Olympian gods, local cults, mysteries, and philosophical theologies provided images and concepts that would echo in later spiritual traditions. Concepts of soul, virtue, and cosmic order influenced Jewish, Christian, and Islamic thinkers as well as secular philosophers. All of these achievements rested on everyday practices: farming olives and vines, weaving cloth, tending household shrines, gathering at festivals, teaching children letters and music. Without these foundations, there would have been no democracy, no drama, no philosophy. The continuity of ordinary life allowed extraordinary creativity. By the time Greece came under Roman rule, its culture had already become Mediterranean. Roman law, engineering, and organization would combine with Greek language, education, and art to form the Greco-Roman world, a shared civilization whose influence endures from Europe to the Middle East and beyond. In that sense, Greece was not only a stage in history, but a bridge linking earlier civilizations of the Near East with later ones of the West. When we slow our gaze to the level of daily routine, the Greek world reveals itself not as a stage of heroes and philosophers alone, but as a mosaic of small gestures, ordinary labors, and quiet rituals. Consider the farmer rising at dawn in Attica, shouldering a wooden hoe to turn the stony soil of his family plot. His wife kneels at the hearth, grinding grain into meal with a heavy stone quern, while children carry water from the village fountain. These are not the figures celebrated in marble or verse, yet their toil sustained the temples, theaters, and assemblies that have come down to us as symbols of Greece. Festivals punctuated their year, binding hardship with joy. At the Panathenaic procession in Athens, even the poorest citizens might march to the Acropolis, carrying olive branches or small offerings, joining together in songs that mingled devotion with civic pride. In Sparta, young men performed athletic dances during the Gymnopaedia festival, their movements embodying both discipline and grace. Across the Aegean islands, fishermen and farmers honored local gods with music, feasting, and sacrifice, drawing their communities together across the divides of wealth and class. The rhythms of trade added another dimension to Greek life. The sight of sails on the horizon signaled the arrival of merchants from distant ports, bringing grain from the Black Sea, tin from Iberia, papyrus from Egypt. In return, amphorae of wine and oil, painted vases, and bronze tools left Greek harbors to circulate around the Mediterranean. At the market stalls of Athens, one could see both humble baskets of figs and exotic trinkets from foreign lands. This exchange was not only economic, but cultural, exposing Greeks to foreign words, fashions, and deities that subtly reshaped their world. The household, or oikos, was the foundation of this society. Within its walls, gender roles were distinct yet interdependent. Men represented the family in politics and warfare, while women preserved continuity through weaving, child-rearing, and religious duties. The loom was more than a tool. It was a symbol of order, patience, and creativity. Stories of Penelope weaving by day and unraveling by night resonated because every household knew the centrality of cloth to survival and status. Even in wealthy homes, where slaves carried much of the labor, the mistress of the house was expected to oversee domestic order, embodying virtue and restraint. Education reinforced these values. For boys, training in letters, music, and gymnastics prepared them for citizenship and military service. Learning Homer's verses instilled ideals of honor and courage, while lessons in lyre playing cultivated rhythm and memory. Physical training in the gymnasium was not mere exercise, but preparation for war and a means of shaping the body into harmony with the mind. For girls, education was informal, focused on household skills, but also infused with moral instruction from mothers and elders. Thus, the ideals of the polis were rooted in family practice. Greek philosophy, which seemed so abstract on the page, was also lived experience. When Socrates questioned citizens in the Agora, he was not lecturing in a classroom, but engaging neighbors in conversation, urging them to test their assumptions. His insistence that the unexamined life is not worth living was not a slogan, but a call to introspection for people immersed in trade, politics, and festival. Plato's dialogues, though literary, capture the energy of debate in a society where free men were expected to speak and persuade. Aristotle's lectures at the Lyceum, while systematic, were grounded in careful observation of plants, animals, and civic life. Philosophy was not detached from life, but an extension of it. Drama, too, reflected lived concerns. In the open-air theater at the foot of the Acropolis, thousands gathered to watch tragedies that wrestled with questions of justice, fate, and human pride. Aeschylus' Oresteia explored cycles of vengeance and the birth of civic law. Sophocles' Antigone pitted individual conscience against state authority. Euripides' plays gave voice to women, foreigners, and the marginalized. Comedy, with Aristophanes' biting wit, lampooned politicians, war, and even Socrates himself. These performances were collective acts of reflection, where citizens laughed and wept together, processing their own conflicts through art. Religion, omnipresent in Greek life, was not about dogma but relationship. The gods were honored with sacrifice, prayer, and festival, but also experienced in omens, dreams, and everyday signs. The smoke of burning thighs at an altar, the flight of birds, the whisper of leaves at the dawn, all were channels of divine presence. To neglect ritual was dangerous. To perform it well brought confidence that the gods favored the community. Oracles, like that of Delphi, mediated between human anxiety and cosmic uncertainty, shaping decisions of war and colonization. For ordinary people, piety was less about theology and about maintaining harmony with powers greater than themselves. As Greek culture spread under Alexander and his successors, these patterns adapted but did not vanish. Colonists carried household shrines, dialects, cooking styles, and festivals into Asia and Egypt. In Bactria, Greek settlers celebrated Dionysian rites alongside local traditions. In Alexandria, processions blended Egyptian and Hellenic gods. The Greek way of life proved flexible, able to root itself in new soils while remaining recognizable. At the same time, encounters with foreign ideas reshaped Greek religion and philosophy, leading to syncretic deities and cosmopolitan philosophies that spoke to broader audiences. Artistic expression followed the same trajectory. Early Kouros statues, rigid and formal, gave way to the naturalism of the classical age, and then to the emotional intensity of the Hellenistic. The sculpted body became a canvas for ideals of strength, beauty, and suffering. Portraits of rulers, philosophers, and even common people captured individuality as well as archetype. Painting and mosaic, though less well preserved, adorned houses and sanctuaries with scenes of myth, nature, and daily activity. Music, though less tangible to us, accompanied every stage of life, from lullabies to hymns, symposia to funerals, stitching sound into memory. All of these facets, household, festival, trade, education, philosophy, art, religion, converged in the identity of the polis. Citizenship meant participation, but it also meant sharing in a common culture that gave meaning to individual lives. To be Greek was to speak the language, honor the gods, remember Homer, respect ancestors, and deliberate in assemblies. It was a shared script, endlessly rewritten, that bound together farmers, soldiers, merchants, and thinkers. When Rome absorbed Greece, it inherited not only statues and texts, but ways of living. Greek tutors taught Roman children to read Homer and Plato. Greek architects built Roman temples and theaters. Greek physicians treated Roman illnesses with Hippocratic methods. The very words of philosophy, ethics, logic, physics were Greek. Thus, even under conquest, Greek civilization expanded, becoming a foundation for what we call the West. Yet to remember Greece only for its influence is to miss its essence. Its people lived in fragile valleys and on rocky islands, carving a life from thin soil and open sea. They celebrated, argued, prayed, and imagined together, creating a culture both local and universal. Their world was not golden but human, full of toil, conflict, beauty, and thought. And it is in that humanity, not only in its monuments, that the enduring value of Greece resides. If we stay a little longer among the Greeks, we can deepen our understanding of their world by looking more closely at three interwoven strands: how they saw time and memory, how they interacted with the wider Mediterranean, and how their ideas echoed in later ages. Time and memory for the Greeks were not abstract notions, but lived realities. The past was present in every festival, every myth, every hero cult. At Marathon, citizens could point to the tumulus of the fallen warriors. At Thermopylae, to the epitaph for the Spartans who stood. In homes and temples, ancestors were honored with offerings, and local heroes were venerated at shrines. Myths retold the origins of cities, lineages, and customs, situating communities in a sacred narrative. Even athletic contests like the Olympics were acts of remembrance, linking present athletes with legendary predecessors. This sense of continuity bound communities together across generations and across the sea. The sea itself was both boundary and highway. Greek sailors learned its moods, its seasonal winds and hidden shoals. Their ships were small compared to modern vessels, but nimble, hugging coasts and hopping from island to island. Colonists carried with them not only seeds and tools, but also a vision of civic life, recreating the institutions of the polis in Sicily, southern Italy, and the Black Sea. Traders brought back not only grain and metals, but also stories, gods, and artistic motifs. The exchange was two-way. The Greeks borrowed alphabets from Phoenicians, myths from the Near East, technologies from Egypt, weaving them into their own patterns. Such encounters shaped Greek self-consciousness. To be Hellenic was to share language and custom, but also to define oneself against barbarians who spoke incomprehensibly. Yet Greeks admired and adopted many foreign practices: Egyptian geometry, Lydian coinage, Persian luxury. Their openness and selectivity created a dynamic culture able to innovate while retaining coherence. In this sense, Greece was already a globalized world before the term existed. The household economy, though modest, supported remarkable specialization. Olive oil served as food, fuel, soap, and perfume base. Wine varied from rough local vintages to fine exports aged in sealed amphorae. Potters organized into workshops produced standardized shapes for transport and storage, decorated with motifs that advertised their origin. Blacksmiths forged tools and weapons, while stonemasons cut blocks for temples. These skills passed from master to apprentice, often within families, ensuring continuity of craft knowledge. In port towns, dockworkers, shipbuilders, and rope makers formed their own communities, their labor essential to trade. Education and socialization extended beyond formal schooling. Boys learned values through participation in athletic contests, religious rituals, and public events. Girls learned songs, myths, and household lore from mothers and grandmothers. Storytelling around the hearth transmitted not only entertainment but ethics. Even illiterate citizens knew the outlines of Homer, the genealogies of gods and heroes, and the moral lessons embedded in fables and proverbs. Leisure, though limited, played a key role. The symposium, a drinking party for men, combined conviviality with discussion, music, and games. Here songs were sung, jokes made, politics debated, and philosophical ideas tested. For women, there were their own gatherings at festivals and weaving circles. Theater offered mass entertainment as well as instruction. Athletic games celebrated strength and skill, providing honor to victors and pleasure to spectators. These spaces of leisure were also spaces of identity formation. Philosophy and science, far from being esoteric, often addressed practical concerns. Pythagorean mathematics informed musical tuning. Hippocratic medicine offered dietary and environmental advice. Aristotle's politics analyzed constitutions to guide legislators. Even speculative cosmologies fed into calendar making, navigation, and architecture. The search for order in nature and society was both a mental discipline and a civic resource. Religion likewise permeated work and play. Before launching a ship, sailors poured libations to Poseidon. Before sowing or harvesting, farmers invoked Demeter. Weddings, births, and funerals all involved rituals linking family to community and gods. Temples were not only places of worship, but treasuries, archives, and landmarks. Sacred groves provided shaded meeting places. Altars stood in public squares. The divine was woven into the landscape of daily life, not confined to private belief. One of the most striking aspects of Greek civilization was its multiplicity of voices. There was no single orthodoxy or canon during its flowering. Competing city-states tried different constitutions. Rival philosophers argued about ethics and metaphysics. Playwrights offered conflicting interpretations of myth. This pluralism fostered critical thinking and adaptability. Even the language of the Greeks developed regional dialects, yet remained mutually intelligible enough to serve as a lingua franca across the eastern Mediterranean. Under Rome, these diverse strands coalesced into a heritage accessible to later civilizations. Roman law and administration, combined with Greek education and art, formed the backbone of late antiquity. When the Roman Empire adopted Christianity, it did so in a world already shaped by Greek concepts of soul, virtue, and cosmic order. Monasteries preserved Greek texts. Byzantine scholars transmitted them to the Islamic world and later to the Latin West. Through translations into Arabic, Syriac, and Latin, Greek science and philosophy seeded the intellectual renaissances of medieval Islam and Europe. Yet the afterlife of Greece is not only institutional or intellectual, it is also imaginative. Renaissance artists studied Greek sculpture to revive the human form. Enlightened thinkers looked to Athens for models of citizenship. Modern Olympic Games echo the festivals at Olympia. Even in popular culture, Greek myths continue to inspire novels, films, and games. This long echo testifies to a culture that, though rooted in a small corner of the Mediterranean, spoke to universal human questions. When we picture ancient Greece today, we often see marble ruins gleaming white under the sun. But in their time, temples were painted in vivid colors, statues adorned with bronze weapons and inlaid eyes, theaters crowded with chattering citizens. The world was noisy, fragrant, bustling. Ships creaked at the Piraeus. Farmers called to oxen on dusty roads. Children sang skipping songs in courtyards. This sensory richness reminds us that the Greeks were not abstractions, but living people whose joys and sorrows were as real as ours. Returning to our larger journey through the ancient world, Greece forms a bridge between East and West, between the river civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia and the imperial structures of Rome. It absorbed influences from older cultures, transformed them, and passed them on. In philosophy and politics, it looked inward to reason and debate. In art and trade, it looked outward to the sea and beyond. Its legacy is not a single invention, but a style of living and thinking that prizes inquiry, dialogue, and balance. As we leave the Aegean in our imagination, we might pause one last time on a headland at dusk. Below, fishermen draw in their nets as torches flicker on the beach. On the hilltop stand the remains of a temple to Athena, columns silhouetted against the fading sky. The sea stretches to the horizon, a road to Egypt, to Italy, to the Black Sea. Across it ideas and goods will flow, carried by merchants and soldiers, exiles and pilgrims. The story of Greece, like the sea itself, has no single endpoint. It merges into the wider currents of history. South of the Alps, on a peninsula jutting into the heart of the Mediterranean, lay a landscape of volcanic hills, fertile plains, and winding rivers. Here small villages of farmers and herders would, over the course of centuries, give rise to one of history's most powerful and enduring civilizations. The story of ancient Rome begins not with emperors and legions, but with huts of wood and thatch, clustered on the 7 hills above the Tiber River. Archaeology shows that in the early 1st millennium BCE, Latins, Sabines, and Etruscans shared the Italian peninsula with Greek colonists in the south and Carthaginians across the sea. The Latins' village on the Palatine Hill was one among many, but its location at a ford of the Tiber and crossroads of trade routes gave it strategic importance. By the 8th century BC, it was already a market town with a mix of cultures. Roman tradition later wove these beginnings into the legend of Romulus and Remus, twin sons of Mars suckled by a she-wolf, who founded a city by divine destiny. The earliest Romans were farmers and shepherds. They cultivated wheat, barley, olives, and grapes on small plots, using iron-tipped wooden plows and hand tools. Extended families lived together, the paterfamilias exercising authority over household members, clients, and slaves. Religion permeated their world. Every hearth had its lares and penates, household spirits guarding the storehouse and kitchen. Sacred groves, springs, and boundary stones dotted the countryside, each with its presiding numen, a divine presence to be respected. Ritual correctness mattered more than theology. Offerings and prayers maintained the pax deorum, the peace with the gods on which communal well-being depended. Etruscan influence shaped early Roman culture. From their more urbanized neighbors to the north, the Romans borrowed architectural techniques such as the arch and vault, religious practices like augury and haruspicy, and symbols of authority such as the fasces. Etruscan kings, according to tradition, ruled Rome until the late 6th century BCE, when the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, was expelled after an uprising sparked by tyranny and the outrage of Lucretia's rape. Whether legend or fact, this story expressed a lasting Roman suspicion of monarchy. In place of kingship, the Romans created a republic, a res publica, public affair, governed by elected magistrates and a senate of leading citizens. 2 consuls held executive power, each able to veto the other. Praetors, quaestors, and aediles managed justice, finance, and public works. In emergencies, a dictator could be appointed for 6 months, but power was meant to be temporary and accountable. The republic was an aristocratic oligarchy tempered by law and custom. But over time, the plebeians, common citizens, fought for and gained political rights, codified in the 12 Tables and defended by tribunes with the power of veto. Daily life in early Republican Rome was modest. The city streets were narrow and unpaved. Houses of the poor were simple, while the wealthy built atrium-centered homes with painted walls and tiled floors. Markets bustled around the forum, where farmers sold produce and artisans offered wares. Citizens gathered in assemblies to vote on laws and elect magistrates. Boys learned reading, writing, and arithmetic from private tutors or in small schools. Girls were trained at home. Military service was a duty of landowning men who supplied their own arms and fought in maniples on campaign. Religion and politics intertwined. Magistrates performed sacrifices before public business. Festivals such as the Lupercalia, Saturnalia, and Consuelia punctuated the calendar with processions, games, and communal feasts. Victories in war were celebrated with triumphs, processions of soldiers, captives, and spoils, culminating in sacrifices at the temples of the gods. These rituals reinforced collective identity and the sense that Rome's success depended on divine favor as well as human discipline. As the Republic consolidated, Rome extended its influence over neighboring Latin communities through alliances and colonies. Conquered peoples were offered varying degrees of citizenship, binding them to Rome by rights and obligations rather than mere subjugation. This policy of integration, unusual in the ancient world, provided manpower for armies and stability for expansion. Roads connected colonies to the capital, enabling movement of troops and trade. Step by step, through diplomacy and warfare, Rome became the dominant power in central Italy. Contact with Greek culture increased through southern Italian colonies. Romans adopted the Greek alphabet, deities, renaming them Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, and artistic styles. Educated Romans learned Greek language and literature. Yet Roman culture retained a pragmatic, legalistic character distinct from Greek speculation. Where the Greeks prized beauty and inquiry, the Romans emphasized utility, order, and duty, virtues expressed in their institutions and way of life. By the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, Rome faced new challenges. The Gauls sacked the city in 390 BCE, a trauma remembered for generations. But Rome rebuilt stronger, fortifying its hills with walls of tufa stone. In successive wars, it defeated the Samnites, Etruscans, and other Italian peoples, extending its network of alliances. Each victory brought new territory, roads, and obligations, weaving a patchwork of communities into a system that could mobilize massive armies. The Punic Wars against Carthage, 264–146 BCE, propelled Rome onto the wider Mediterranean stage. At first a contest for Sicily, the struggle expanded into Spain, Africa, and the sea itself. Hannibal's audacious march over the Alps with elephants terrorized Italy for years, but Rome's resilience and resources prevailed. By the war's end, Carthage was destroyed, and Rome controlled much of the western Mediterranean. Victories in the east over Macedon and the Seleucid kings brought Greece and Asia Minor into Rome's sphere. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the once modest republic ruled an empire. This expansion transformed Roman society. Wealth from provinces and plunder flowed into the city, enriching some and impoverishing others. Small farmers lost land to large estates, worked by slaves captured in war. Crowds of displaced citizens flocked to Rome, dependent on grain distributions and susceptible to political manipulation. Ambitious generals such as Marius, Sulla, Pompey, and Caesar built personal armies and challenged republican norms. Civil wars and dictatorships eroded the old system, setting the stage for imperial rule. Yet amid these upheavals, everyday Roman life continued. Farmers still plowed fields, women managed households, priests tended altars, markets hummed with trade, children learned their letters, craftsmen built roads, aqueducts, and temples. The resilience of these routines underpinned Rome's ability to adapt. Its blend of tradition and innovation, pietas toward the gods and ancestors, combined with practical problem-solving, allowed it to absorb new lands and peoples without losing coherence. As we pause at this point in Rome's story, we have traced its rise from a cluster of huts on the Tiber to the master of Italy and the western Mediterranean. We have seen how legend and archaeology intertwine, how institutions evolved to limit power while enabling expansion, and how ordinary practices of farming, worship, and citizenship provided the foundation for extraordinary achievements. In the next part of our journey, we will follow Rome through the late Republic into the Empire, exploring the lives of its citizens and the structures of its power. As the 2nd century BCE unfolded, the pressures of empire reshaped the Roman Republic. Victory over Carthage and the Hellenistic kingdoms brought vast new territories, wealth and slaves into Roman hands, but also destabilized the delicate balance of its political order. The ideals of civic duty and collective governance were strained by private ambition and social change. To understand the coming transformation, we must look not only at famous figures, but also at the structures and daily realities of Roman life during this pivotal era. In the countryside, the traditional backbone of the Republic, the smallholder farmer-soldier, was eroding. Extended military service kept citizens away from their plots for years at a time. Many returned to find their farms neglected, indebted or swallowed by larger estates, latifundia, owned by senators and equestrians who used slave labor. These estates produced wine, olive oil, and livestock for urban markets and export, concentrating wealth in fewer hands. Displaced rural citizens drifted to Rome and other cities, swelling the urban poor. The change was gradual but relentless, altering the social base of the army and the electorate. The city of Rome itself was undergoing rapid growth. By the late Republic, it had become a metropolis of hundreds of thousands. Narrow, crowded streets wound between insulae, multi-story apartment blocks housing artisans, laborers, and the poor. Fire and collapse were constant dangers. Wealthy families lived in domus with columned atria, painted walls, and mosaic floors, displaying Greek statues and luxury goods from the provinces. Markets, baths, temples, and theaters offered both amenities and distractions. Public life revolved around the forum, where magistrates held court, senators debated, and citizens gathered to hear orators and vote in assemblies. Political competition intensified as ambitious men sought to win office, command armies, and secure wealth. Traditional norms of collegiality and rotation of office gave way to long-term commands and personal loyalty of troops to their generals rather than to the state. Reformers like the Gracchi brothers attempted to redistribute land and restore the smallholder base. Their violent deaths in the 130s and 120s BCE signaled a new age of political bloodshed. Over the next decades, generals such as Marius and Sulla would march on Rome itself, breaking taboos and undermining the Republican constitution. Religion continued to permeate public and private life, but it too was changing. Conquests brought foreign cults of Cybele, Isis, Mithras into Rome alongside the traditional gods. The Senate regulated these imports unevenly, sometimes suppressing, sometimes adopting them. Public festivals remained central to civic identity. Triumphs celebrated military victories with processions of spoils and captives, followed by games and feasts. Saturnalia appended social hierarchies for a few days each winter, allowing slaves to feast and masters to serve. Household rituals to Lares and Penedes still anchored families and tradition, even as new deities and practices arrived. The Roman army was evolving from a militia of property-holding citizens into a professional force. Marius' reforms around 107 BCE opened recruitment to the landless poor, providing pay, equipment, and the hope of land grants after service. This broadened the pool of soldiers, but tied their fortunes to their generals. Loyalty shifted from the Republic to charismatic commanders who could reward them, fueling civil wars. Yet discipline, engineering skill, and organizational flexibility remained hallmarks of Roman forces, enabling them to conquer and hold vast territories. Daily routines of ordinary Romans reflected these broader changes. Urban workers rose early to secure water from public fountains, buy bread at bakeries, or set up stalls in markets. Artisans practiced trades passed down through generations: metalwork, pottery, carpentry, weaving. Slaves performed a huge range of tasks, from household service and tutoring children to laboring in fields, mines, and construction projects. Some slaves managed businesses or accumulated savings to purchase freedom. Many others endured harsh conditions. Freedmen often continued in their former occupations, contributing to the city's economic life while lacking full political status. Education expanded in scope. Wealthy families hired Greek tutors to teach literature, rhetoric, and philosophy. Boys destined for public careers learned oratory, the key to success in courts and assemblies. Girls of the elite received some education in letters and music, though their expected sphere remained the household. Libraries and bookshops grew as literacy spread among the upper classes. Greek culture permeated Roman intellectual life, from architecture and sculpture to ethics and cosmology. Infrastructure projects reshaped the urban landscape. Aqueducts brought fresh water from distant hills. Sewers drained low-lying areas. Roads radiated from the city like spokes, enabling swift movement of troops and goods. Ridges and harbors facilitated trade. These works were practical expressions of Roman organization and collective investment. They also symbolized the Republic's reach, binding Italy and the provinces into a single system. Despite tensions, Roman civic religion and legal institutions maintained a sense of continuity. The Senate still met, magistrates still performed rituals, assemblies still voted. Law remained a living tradition, adapting to new circumstances. Patronage networks linked elites and clients, providing social stability. Even the violence of politics coexisted with remarkable resilience of daily life. Markets opened, children went to school, farmers harvested crops, temples held festivals. By the middle of the 1st century BCE, the Republic was in crisis, but not yet dead. Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar formed a first triumvirate to dominate politics, bypassing the old checks and balances. Caesar's conquest of Gaul made him immensely popular and powerful. His crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BCE ignited civil war. The subsequent dictatorship and assassination of Caesar in 44 BCE marked the end of an era. Yet the forms of the Republic lingered, cloaking the emergence of imperial rule. Through all this, ordinary Romans adjusted. Veterans settled in colonies abroad, spreading Roman culture and institutions. Traders exploited new markets in the provinces. Urban crowds attended spectacles in theaters and amphitheaters, from plays to gladiatorial games. Religious seekers joined mystery cults, promising personal salvation. Freedmen and slaves navigated complex hierarchies, sometimes rising to prominence in business or imperial administration. Looking at these decades slowly, we can see not only the drama of famous events, but also the resilience of a society in flux. The blending of peoples, the spread of infrastructure, the persistence of rituals and law, these underpinned Rome's transformation from a city-state republic into a Mediterranean empire. In the next section, we will follow this transformation into the establishment of the Principate under Augustus and the everyday life of Romans in the early empire. With the death of Julius Caesar and the turmoil that followed, Rome entered a new phase. The institutions of the Republic still existed in name, but real power passed into the hands of individuals who commanded armies and controlled resources. Out of the civil wars emerged Octavian, Caesar's adopted son, who would take the title Augustus and establish the Principate, a system that preserved the forms of the Republic while concentrating authority in a single ruler. Augustus understood that legitimacy required more than force. He presented himself not as a king, but as the first citizen, princeps, restoring peace after decades of chaos. The Senate continued to meet, magistrates were elected, and republican offices retained, but key powers, command of the armies, control of provinces, veto over legislation, resided with him. This delicate balance allowed the new system to endure for generations. The Augustan settlement marked the birth of the Roman Empire as a political form. The transformation affected every aspect of Roman life. Peace, the famous Pax Romana, replaced civil war, enabling economic growth and cultural flourishing. Veterans were settled in colonies across the provinces, spreading Roman institutions, language, and customs. Roads, aqueducts, and public buildings multiplied. Trade networks linked Britain to Syria, the Danube to the Nile. For many, the empire meant more security and opportunity than the fractious republic had offered. In the city of Rome, Augustus undertook an ambitious program of urban renewal. He famously boasted that he found a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Temples to the traditional gods were restored or built anew, reinforcing the image of piety and continuity. The Forum of Augustus, the Arapacis, altar of peace, and the Mausoleum of Augustus were monumental statements of his vision. Public entertainments, games, races, theatrical performances celebrated imperial generosity and bound citizens to the new regime. Religion adapted to the imperial system. While traditional cults continued, the emperor's genius spirit was honored with offerings, especially in the provinces where imperial cult centers symbolized loyalty to Rome. This was not yet worship of the emperor as a god in the modern sense, but a political and religious expression of unity. Local deities were incorporated into the imperial framework, creating a vast, pluralistic religious landscape. In this environment, mystery cults and philosophical schools continued to flourish, offering personal meaning within the larger order. Daily life under Augustus and his successors combined tradition with new possibilities. In the city, insulae still housed the majority, with their cramped rooms and shared facilities. But aqueducts brought more water, public baths offered hygiene and sociability, and bakeries provided subsidized bread. In the countryside, large estates continued to dominate, yet smallholders and tenant farmers persisted. Provincial cities imitated Rome with forums, theaters, baths, and temples, becoming miniature Romes scattered across the empire. Education expanded with the empire's needs. Latin became the administrative language, though Greek remained the lingua franca of the eastern provinces. Schools taught reading, writing, arithmetic, and rhetoric. Advanced students studied law, philosophy, and literature. Libraries appeared in provincial towns. For elites, mastery of both Latin and Greek culture was a marker of status. Even freedmen and women found opportunities to improve their lot through literacy, trade, and service in the imperial bureaucracy. The army under the Principate was a professional force of legions and auxiliaries, stationed along frontiers from Britain to the Euphrates. Soldiers enlisted for long terms, received regular pay, and land or cash upon discharge. Camps became semi-permanent settlements with workshops, markets, and families of soldiers. Veterans formed communities in the provinces, accelerating Romanization. Engineering prowess produced roads, bridges, fortifications, and siege engines, symbols of Roman discipline and adaptability. Provincial administration under Augustus was reorganized. Senatorial provinces were governed by proconsuls, imperial provinces by legates appointed by the emperor. Local elites were co-opted into governing councils, maintaining order and collecting taxes. Citizenship was gradually extended to more peoples, culminating in the Edict of Caracalla in 212 CE, granting citizenship to nearly all free inhabitants of the empire. This integration created a sense of shared identity without erasing local cultures. Economically, the empire thrived on agriculture, but trade reached unprecedented levels. Grain from Egypt fed Rome. Wine and oil from Spain and Gaul traveled in stamped amphorae. Spices and silk arrived from India and China via intermediary markets. Coins bearing the emperor's image circulated everywhere, a tangible reminder of imperial authority. Markets buzzed with goods from across the known world, creating a cosmopolitan material culture. Despite stability, inequalities persisted. Slavery remained widespread, though manumission was common and freedmen could achieve wealth and influence. Women's legal status was limited, but imperial women such as Livia wielded significant informal power. In households, women managed finances, educated children, and participated in social networks that could advance a family's fortunes. Religion offered roles for women as priestesses of various cults. Cultural life flourished under imperial patronage. Poets like Virgil, Horace, and Ovid composed works celebrating and sometimes questioning the new order. Historians such as Livy wrote monumental accounts linking Rome's past to its present. Artists decorated villas and public buildings with frescoes and mosaics. Sculptors adapted Greek models to Roman tastes, producing realistic portraits and grand reliefs. Architecture combined utility and spectacle. Amphitheaters, basilicas, triumphal arches, and baths served both practical and symbolic purposes. For ordinary people, the empire was experienced less in grand monuments than in small improvements. Safer roads, more regular markets, predictable taxes, opportunities for service and advancement. A potter in Gaul could sell wares in distant provinces. A soldier from Syria could retire with land in Spain. A student from North Africa could study in Rome. This mobility and integration were unprecedented in scale, giving the empire a resilience that outlasted individual rulers. Yet tensions lurked beneath the surface. Succession was uncertain, relying on adoption or family arrangements rather than fixed rules. Ambitious generals could still challenge imperial authority. Local grievances, heavy taxation, or religious disputes could spark unrest. The system worked as long as emperors maintained a balance of generosity, discipline, and legitimacy. When that balance faltered, crises would erupt. As we move deeper into the imperial period, we will explore these tensions and the ways Romans adapted. We will look at life in provincial cities, at the frontiers, and within the diverse religious movements that crisscrossed the empire. We will see how Roman law and infrastructure bound together a mosaic of peoples, and how, even amid prosperity, seeds of change were sown that would later transform the empire itself. The provinces of the Roman Empire were a world unto themselves, yet inextricably tied to the capital. From the windswept highlands of Britannia to the sun-baked plains of Egypt, Roman administration imposed order while accommodating local traditions. Roads carved through mountains, and marshes connected distant settlements, facilitating not only military movement, but the circulation of ideas, goods, and cultural practices. Colonies, often settled by veterans, became miniature versions of Rome, forum-centered with temples, baths, markets, and theaters. These settlements acted as conduits of Roman law, language, and culture, gradually transforming diverse peoples into participants in a shared imperial system. In Gaul, for instance, Roman influence reshaped both landscape and society. Hilltop oppida gave way to grid-planned towns with public squares and administrative buildings. Vineyards and olive groves were introduced alongside traditional crops, integrating Gallic farmers into the broader imperial economy. Local elites were co-opted into the provincial councils, adopting Roman names, dress, and civic rituals. Latin inscriptions on monuments and altars proclaimed loyalty to the emperor, while the imperial cult provided a unifying religious framework. Yet beneath the surface, regional languages, customs, and festivals persisted, demonstrating Rome's pragmatic approach. Uniformity in law and governance coexisted with local diversity. The eastern provinces, rich with Hellenistic heritage, offered a different encounter. Cities such as Antioch, Alexandria, and Ephesus were already centers of learning, trade, and culture when Rome arrived. Here, Greek language, philosophy, and artistic traditions continued to thrive. Absorbed into Roman administration and elite culture, Greek became the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean, used in business, education, and the courts, while Latin dominated military and official correspondence. Intellectual life flourished, libraries stocked with scrolls, philosophical schools debating ethics and metaphysics, and public lectures that drew citizens and foreigners alike. Romans admired and adopted the literary and artistic achievements of the Greeks, yet the ethos of civic duty, law, and practicality remained distinctively Roman. Commerce in the empire was more than local. It was a complex network spanning continents. Ships braved the Mediterranean, linking ports in Hispania, Africa, Greece, and the Levant. Goods flowed along rivers and roads. Olive oil, wine, pottery, grain, glassware, textiles, and exotic luxuries like spices, ivory, silk, and precious metals. Markets thrived not only in Rome, but in provincial towns where merchants, artisans, and farmers interacted. Coinage bearing imperial effigies standardized trade, while legal frameworks ensured contracts, property rights, and dispute resolution. This economic integration created a sense of shared identity and mutual dependency, binding disparate regions together in a web of commerce and governance. The Roman military, ever a cornerstone of imperial power, remained both a tool of expansion and a stabilizer of territories. Legions were stationed along frontiers, from the frozen Rhine to the deserts of Syria, each fortified with permanent camps known as castra. These were not merely barracks, but microcosms of Roman society, with workshops, granaries, barracks, and even small temples. Soldiers' families often accompanied them, forming settlements that would endure long after the legions moved. The army facilitated Romanization. Veterans took land in conquered provinces, spreading Latin, customs, and loyalty to Rome. Engineering skills of the legions were legendary. Roads, bridges, aqueducts, and fortifications were constructed with precision, reflecting the discipline and ingenuity that allowed Rome to maintain control over vast and diverse territories. Slavery, though morally unexamined by contemporary Romans, was foundational to both urban and rural life. Large estates relied on slave labor for planting, harvesting, and processing crops, while urban households employed slaves as cooks, tutors, and secretaries. Mines and quarries extracted metals and stone, often under brutal conditions, providing material wealth for the empire. Yet slavery was not static. Manumission allowed freedmen to integrate into society, sometimes accumulating wealth, acquiring citizenship, or entering business and administration. The blurred line between slave, freedman, and citizen created a dynamic social landscape, with economic mobility tempered by legal and social hierarchies. Roman religion, always intertwined with public and private life, evolved under imperial rule. The emperor's genius became a focus of devotion, particularly in the provinces, where loyalty to Rome was symbolized through temples and rituals honoring the princeps. Yet religious life remained diverse. Traditional cults to Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, and local deities persisted. Mystery religions promised personal salvation, and philosophical schools offered ethical guidance. Festivals punctuated the calendar. Saturnalia inverted social hierarchies with feasting and role reversals. The Ludi Romanian games at the Circus Maximus entertained the populace, and triumphs celebrated military victories. Religion provided both structure and spectacle, reinforcing civic identity while allowing individual expression. Education in the empire reflected both continuity and innovation. Literacy rates among elites were high, with instruction in Latin and Greek, rhetoric, law, and philosophy, preparing young men for public life. Schools proliferated in cities and towns, sometimes attached to temples or sponsored by wealthy patrons. Education was not solely for the elite. Practical skills, accounting, and apprenticeships prepared boys and girls for trades and household management. Libraries became repositories of knowledge, preserving works from Homer and Hesiod to Roman historians and poets. This intellectual culture facilitated governance, commerce, and cultural cohesion across the empire. Urban life in Rome and other major cities combined density, diversity, and dynamism. Insulae, often precariously built, housed the majority of the population, while domus accommodated the wealthy. Public amenities, baths, fountains, markets, temples, theaters, provided services, recreation, and civic identity. Noise, crowding, fire, and disease were constant challenges, yet the rhythm of markets, religious festivals, and social interaction gave structure to daily life. Street vendors sold bread, wine, and fish. Artisans crafted pottery, tools, and textiles. Entertainers performed music, mime, and acrobatics. Even amid discomfort, the vibrancy of urban life reflected Rome's adaptability and resilience. Rural life remained diverse. Large estates dominated production, but smallholders, tenant farmers, and pastoral communities continued to cultivate the land. Crop rotation, irrigation, and animal husbandry ensured subsistence and surplus. Rural communities maintained local religious practices, social networks, and markets, providing labor and food for urban centers. The interplay between urban and rural spheres, cities drawing on rural resources, rural populations participating in urban culture, created a symbiotic system that sustained the empire. Cultural life thrived under imperial patronage. Literature celebrated history, morality, and the ideals of Roman society. Virgil's Aeneid linked Rome's origins to divine destiny. Horace's odes explored ethics and pleasure, and Ovid's Metamorphoses examined transformation and human experience. Historical writing, such as Livy's monumental histories, preserved collective memory and civic values. Art and architecture combined functionality and grandeur. Amphitheaters hosted spectacles. Basilicas conducted legal and commercial activity, and triumphal arches commemorated victories. Mosaics, frescoes, and sculptures decorated both public and private spaces, blending Greek influence with Roman realism. Trade and communication knit the empire together. Ships traversed the Mediterranean, carrying goods and information. Roads enabled swift military movement and commercial exchange, with way stations and inns facilitating travel. Postal services and messengers delivered official correspondence, while merchants and travelers carried news, ideas, and cultural practices. The circulation of people and goods fostered a shared sense of belonging, even across diverse ethnic, linguistic, and geographic landscapes. Women in the empire exercised influence within domestic and public spheres. Elite women like Livia, Agrippina, and Julia Domna wielded political and social power behind the scenes, influencing policy, patronage, and succession. In households, women managed finances, educated children, oversaw slaves, and coordinated religious rituals. In towns and cities, women engaged in trade, crafts, and religious leadership, contributing to economic and social life. While legal restrictions persisted, informal authority and economic participation allowed women to shape family fortunes and public networks. Despite the empire's stability and prosperity, challenges remained. Succession crises could destabilize the state. Ambitious generals could provoke civil war, and local unrest could erupt from taxation or religious disputes. Epidemics, famine, and natural disasters tested resilience. Yet Rome's combination of infrastructure, law, military discipline, and social integration allowed the empire to absorb shocks and adapt. Administrative efficiency, civic identity, and a culture of pragmatism underpinned longevity even amid periodic turmoil. Entertainment and leisure were central to Roman life. Public games, gladiatorial contests, chariot races, and theatrical performances drew large crowds, providing distraction, celebration, and political messaging. The amphitheater was both a site of spectacle and a symbol of imperial power, demonstrating control over life and death. Baths served hygienic, social, and recreational functions, offering spaces for exercise, relaxation, and networking. Festivals punctuated the year, blending religious devotion with public amusement, reinforcing shared values and civic cohesion. Provincial diversity enriched the empire culturally and economically. Local arts, cuisine, and rituals persisted alongside Roman institutions. Syncretism was common. Deities merged, architectural styles blended, and civic practices were adapted. In Egypt, temples honored both traditional gods and the emperor's genius. In Gaul, Celtic and Roman festivals intertwined. In Asia Minor, Hellenistic cities adopted Roman administrative structures while maintaining Greek culture. This flexibility allowed Rome to govern vast territories without imposing uniformity, creating a pluralistic yet coherent imperial identity. Infrastructure and urban planning exemplified Roman engineering and civic vision. Aqueducts brought fresh water to cities. Sewers drained waste. Bridges spanned rivers. Roads connected provinces. Public buildings such as forums, basilicas, baths, and amphitheaters facilitated governance, commerce, worship, and entertainment. Military engineering supported both conquest and administration. Forts, watchtowers, and walls protected borders, while legionary camps became permanent nodes of settlement and commerce. Engineering prowess was not mere practicality. It symbolized Roman order, discipline, and the capacity to shape the world. The Roman economy was both complex and integrated. Agriculture remained the foundation, but trade, craft production, and urban markets expanded wealth and opportunity. Provinces specialized in commodities suited to local conditions. Grain from Egypt, wine and olive oil from Hispania, metals from Gaul, textiles from Asia Minor. Markets, both urban and rural, were vibrant, with buyers and sellers negotiating prices, quality, and credit. Coinage facilitated exchange, while legal and administrative structures underpinned contracts, property, and commercial disputes. Economic integration fostered interdependence and cohesion across the empire. The Roman legal system codified order and reflected societal values. Law governed property, contracts, family relations, criminal conduct, and civic obligations. Legal principles such as paterfamilias, patria potestas, and clientele-structured social relationships. Magistrates, courts, and jurists interpreted and applied the law, providing predictability and continuity. Legal procedures evolved over time, accommodating new circumstances, including the governance of provinces, integration of non-Roman populations, and the complexities of trade and taxation. Law was both a practical tool and a symbolic expression of Roman authority and civility. The army, the backbone of Roman power, remained a central institution in imperial life. Legions were disciplined, professional, and strategically deployed. Soldiers were trained in combat, engineering, and logistics, forming a versatile force capable of offense and defense across diverse terrains. Auxiliary units recruited from provincial populations provided specialized skills and knowledge of local conditions. Military service offered social mobility, pensions, and land grants, fostering loyalty and integration. The army's presence in the provinces ensured stability, enabled economic development, and facilitated cultural exchange. Roman society, from elite to commoner, slave to freedman, was structured yet permeable. Patron-client relationships provided networks of support, obligation, and advancement. Families formed the core of social organization, mediating economic, legal, and religious life. Slavery and manumission created fluidity in labor and status. Civic institutions, magistracies, and assemblies offered channels for participation and influence, though access was often limited by wealth and birth. Despite inequalities, shared practices, festivals, and legal frameworks created cohesion, identity, and resilience. As the 1st and 2nd centuries CE progressed, the empire reached a height of stability, prosperity, and integration. Roads and sea routes facilitated trade, armies maintained borders, and cities thrived culturally and economically. Provinces were increasingly Romanized, yet retained distinct local traditions. Law, administration, and religion provided cohesion. Monumental architecture, literature, and art celebrated both past achievements and present power. Ordinary citizens experienced the empire through markets, festivals, baths, schools, and civic participation, connecting daily life with the grandeur of imperial authority. Yet beneath the veneer of stability, dynamics of change persisted. Population growth, economic pressures, frontier challenges, and succession uncertainties posed ongoing risks. Cultural and religious transformations, the spread of new philosophies, mystery religions, and eventually Christianity would reshape the social and spiritual landscape. Rome's flexibility, pragmatism, and institutional adaptability allowed it to endure. Yet the seeds of transformation were sown, even in the height of imperial grandeur. The story of Rome, from humble huts on the Tiber to a vast, integrated empire, exemplifies the interplay of innovation, tradition, ambition, and human resilience. South of the Alps, on a peninsula jutting into the heart of the Mediterranean, lay a landscape of volcanic hills, fertile plains, and winding rivers. Here small villages of farmers and herders would, over the course of centuries, give rise to one of history's most powerful and enduring civilizations. The story of ancient Rome begins not with emperors and legions, but with huts of wood and thatch clustered on the 7 hills above the Tiber River. Archaeology shows that in the early 1st millennium BCE Latins, Sabines and Etruscans shared the Italian peninsula with Greek colonists in the south and Carthaginians across the sea. The Latins' village on the Palatine Hill was one among many, but its location at a ford of the Tiber and crossroads of trade routes gave it strategic importance. By the 8th century BC, it was already a market town with a mix of cultures. Roman tradition later wove these beginnings into the legend of Romulus and Remus, twin sons of Mars suckled by a she-wolf, who founded a city by divine destiny. The earliest Romans were farmers and shepherds. They cultivated wheat, barley, olives, and grapes on small plots, using iron-tipped wooden plows and hand tools. Extended families lived together, the paterfamilias exercising authority over household members, clients, and slaves. Religion permeated their world. Every hearth had its lares and penates, household spirits guarding the storehouse and kitchen. Sacred groves, springs, and boundary stones dotted the countryside, each with its presiding numen, a divine presence to be respected. Ritual correctness mattered more than theology. Offerings and prayers maintained the pax deorum, the peace with the gods on which communal well-being depended. Etruscan influence shaped early Roman culture. From their more urbanized neighbors to the north, the Romans borrowed architectural techniques such as the arch and vault, religious practices like augury and haruspicy, and symbols of authority such as the fasces. Etruscan kings, according to tradition, ruled Rome until the late 6th century BCE, when the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, was expelled after an uprising sparked by tyranny and the outrage of Lucretia's rape. Whether legend or fact, this story expressed a lasting Roman suspicion of monarchy. In place of kingship, the Romans created a republic, a res publica, public affair, governed by elected magistrates and a senate of leading citizens. 2 consuls held executive power, each able to veto the other. Praetors, quaestors, and aediles managed justice, finance, and public works. In emergencies, a dictator could be appointed for 6 months, but power was meant to be temporary and accountable. The republic was an aristocratic oligarchy, tempered by law and custom, but over time the plebeians, common citizens, fought for and gained political rights codified in the 12 tables and defended by tribunes with the power of veto. Daily life in early Republican Rome was modest. The city's streets were narrow and unpaved. Houses of the poor were simple, while the wealthy built atrium-centered homes with painted walls and tiled floors. Markets bustled around the forum, where farmers sold produce and artisans offered wares. Citizens gathered in assemblies to vote on laws and elect magistrates. Boys learned reading, writing, and arithmetic from private tutors or in small schools. Girls were trained at home. Military service was a duty of landowning men who supplied their own arms and fought in maniples on campaign. Religion and politics intertwined. Magistrates performed sacrifices before public business. Festivals such as the Lupercalia, Saturnalia, and Consualia punctuated the calendar with processions, games, and communal feasts. Victories in war were celebrated with triumphs, processions of soldiers, captives, and spoils culminating in sacrifices at the temples of the gods. These rituals reinforced collective identity and the sense that Rome's success depended on divine favor as well as human discipline. As we look back across the vast sweep of the ancient world, from the mud-brick cities of Mesopotamia to the river-owned kingdoms of Egypt, from the grid land streets of Harappa to the jade ornaments of early China, a common truth emerges. Humanity has always been both fragile and resilient. Each civilization rose from the fertile soils of rivers and plains. Each wrestled with the unpredictability of nature, and each found ways to transform necessity into invention. The first farmers sowing wheat along the Tigris could not have imagined that their modest villages would give rise to empires, just as the herders by the Nile could not foresee their descendants building pyramids that would stand for millennia. Yet from these humble beginnings, the pattern of civilization, organized communities, shared beliefs, remembered histories, took shape. The story of the ancient world is not a single straight line of progress, but a mosaic of responses to environment, chance, and imagination. Geography provided both opportunities and boundaries. The steady Nile shaped Egypt into a land of continuity, where order and balance were prized above all else. The capricious floods of Mesopotamia bred restlessness, competition, and innovation, pushing city-states into cycles of rivalry and conquest. The monsoons of India created agricultural rhythms that tied villages to the land, even as trade winds carried merchants across seas to distant shores. In China, the Yellow River's destructive floods taught resilience and collective labor, while mountains and deserts offered protection and isolation that nurtured a continuous cultural tradition. In each case, the land dictated limits, but the people's imagination pushed beyond them.